Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Reales Dominguez, case CR 23-1391. Prosecutors Demore and Vanderhook present, the defendants present with Attorney Hutchinson. 17 members of our jury are present this Tuesday, May 20th. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. And we're going to go ahead and get started. We've got Kaylee Gallardo here, and let's get her back in the witness stand. Good morning, Ms. Gallardo. Good morning. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Thank you for being here again. And I want to check in with you on the oath. You recall yesterday you took an oath under penalty of perjury. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You agree to abide by that?
Yes.
All right, perfect, thank you. So we're on direct examination. Mr. Hutchinson, Ms. Gallardo is your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
When we left off yesterday, we were talking about when you visited Mr. Reales Dominguez at the Hawthorne residence.
Correct.
Was it Mr. Reales Dominguez's offer to help you move that caused you to go to the Hawthorne residence?
I can't remember the initial reason that I went over there.
How many occasions did you go to the Hawthorne residence?
I would say about like 10 or more, possibly.
And what time frame is this?
Like date-wise?
If you moved in September, what months did you go to the Hawthorne residence?
I would say about September, October to November. Probably December, I think, is when I stopped mainly going over there.
Given that your relationship had ended many months before, why were you going and visiting him at the Hawthorne residence?
It was mainly to still continue to check up on him. And I mean, at that time, we were also still friends.
At that point, had he stopped his efforts to try to rekindle that you described yesterday?
Mostly, yes.
Did those efforts to rekindle, had that ended somewhere in the summer?
Most likely, yeah, maybe towards like the tail end of summer.
You indicated yesterday that when you visited at Hawthorne, it was the worst you'd ever seen him.
Correct.
Describe specifically what you saw that was the worst you'd ever seen.
Most of it had to do with hygiene. He was extremely skinny. That was kind of the point where his hair had almost kind of grown over his eyes. And even just demeanor and personality-wise was also very different.
What was different about his demeanor and personality?
Definitely a lot more quiet. Again, I feel like even when we were hanging out, we weren't even talking very much. It was mainly like I was just sitting there, and again, he was still working on his music or writing and things like that.
So you would sit in the room to visit with him?
Correct.
And what would he do in terms of working on his music?
It was typically he would just have his headphones on, working on his computer, and he kind of termed it more as like making beats and things like that.
Did he also write lyrics?
Yes.
And by making beats, what do you mean by that?
I'm not too sure what application it was or anything like that, but there was something on his computer where he was able to put different sounds and things like that together.
Did that strike you as unusual that you're visiting him and he didn't pay much attention to you when you're visiting with him?
A little bit, yes. It had kind of been like that for a little while previous to that moment. I mean, maybe for like a couple months. So it did seem a little bit off and strange, but again, that seemed to be his new normal for it.
Why did you continue to visit him, given that he didn't pay attention to you when you were visiting?
I was mainly just worried and concerned about him. I didn't really know if anyone else was really checking up on him much, so that's what I went to do myself.
So your motivation to visit him, was that to check on him?
Correct, yes, and he would also ask me to come over.
But when he would ask you to come over, would he then engage with you?
Not much.
During the 10 times you visited him at the Hawthorne residence between September and November, did you see any changes in how he was caring for the cat Ember?
Yes.
Just to clarify, Ember is spelled E-M-B-E-R?
Yeah,
And was Ember a boy or a girl?
boy.
What changes did you see at the Hawthorne residence and how he was caring for Ember?
A lot of it at this point, I believe he spent a lot of time outside. Previously, he hadn't really been an outdoor cat. Ember spent most of his time outside. I believe the litter box was also outside, and it was very unkept. I don't even know, for a point there might have not even been any litter in there. It was just the box itself. Even just with feeding him and things like that, that definitely wasn't done as regularly. I didn't see a water bowl out that I can remember.
Did you see food out?
I can't specifically remember. I know a lot of the times it would just be like the leftover like chicken or things like that he made that he would sometimes leave out, just that and a bone.
Did you discuss with him during this period any concern about how he was caring for Ember?
Yes.
And how did he respond?
Not very well. He was very set on the fact that it was his cat. He was going to care for his cat how he wanted to.
Could you tell if the cat appeared thinner than it had been previously?
I can't specifically remember. I know at the time as well, another one of his roommates had also kind of started to take care of the cat a little bit as well. So I don't know if potentially they were feeding him too.
What did you observe this other roommate do with respect to the cat?
They honestly just spent a lot more time with him. I know Ember would go into their room a lot. Ember would just hang out with them in there, and he would also, I'm not too sure about feeding or anything like that. I wasn't over there for long, extended periods of time, but as far as I know, Ember was just hanging out with them a lot more.
So when you were visiting Mr. Reales Dominguez, the cat would go to other rooms?
Correct.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Not really.
But in September of 2002, Mr. Reales Dominguez had Ember for approximately 11 months at that time.
I believe if you mean 2022, then yes.
In September of 2022, Mr. Reales Dominguez had Ember for about 11 months at that point.
Yeah, around that time.
And so presumably Ember had just met these roommates, presumably.
Yes.
You said, at some point, did you stop visiting him at Hawthorne?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was in December, like beginning of December.
Why did you stop visiting him at Holloway?
I had kind of started talking to someone else, potentially exploring another relationship, so it just felt very strange and out of respect for them to continue visiting your ex-boyfriend, so.
So going with that phrase, talking again, that means you were, you met someone who you were potentially romantically interested in?
Correct.
When did you meet this person?
We started talking over an online dating app. I believe it started in December.
When did you start dating this person?
In January.
And when did this person become your official girlfriend, for lack of a better word?
January.
And in April, we're gonna get to this, but in April of 2023, was this person still your girlfriend?
Correct.
Did you advise Mr. Reales Dominguez when you started dating this person that you met someone?
Yes.
Would that have been in December?
I can't remember the specific time period when I let him know.
Was it around the same time you stopped visiting him?
Yes.
How did he react when you told him you were in a new relationship?
I believe when I told him it was over text message, so it was kind of just a very short and dry message back that I believe was on the lines like of okay. There wasn't really much to it other than that.
He had been aware that you were really interested in women. He had known that since you first broke up, right?
Yes, he had known that during our relationship as well.
What do you mean by that?
I had told him that I liked both men and women when most likely I believe it was during at least like the beginning half of our relationship.
So he was aware of that when you were dating,
Correct.
and was he okay with that?
As far as I knew, yes.
Did he ever indicate that that bothered him in any way?
Not really. I mean, sometimes he would make jokes here and there, but nothing that seemed of huge concern to me.
At some point, do you recall Mr. Reales Dominguez giving you a Christmas gift?
Yes.
How did that come about?
I believe that he had texted me at some point in December just saying that he had something for me.
And do you recall when you received that gift?
I believe it was sometime in December, from what I can remember.
Did you go home for Christmas break in December of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
Where was home in December of 2022? Where did your parents live?
Orange County.
So, on December 25th, were you down in Orange County?
Yes.
So, when did you return to Davis? Sometime. Would that have been sometime in early January?
I believe it was early January, most likely. I can't remember a specific, though.
Did you return for the start of the winter quarter?
Yes.
So, when Mr. Reales Dominguez gave you the Christmas gift, was that in person?
Yes.
So, as you sit here today, was that before you left to go down to Orange County, or was it after you got back, if you recall?
I can't remember.
So, he told you he got you a Christmas gift. What happened then?
Once he messaged me that he had gotten me something, we pretty much agreed to meet up at some point, and I ended up just driving over to his house one day.
Had you purchased him a Christmas gift?
No.
When you drove to his house, what happened then?
I drove to his house. I just stayed in my car. He came out to the driveway, and he handed me over the gift.
So this is either in December or January. How was his appearance then? The same as it had been in September, October, November?
Pretty much the same again, still very skinny, hair kind of grown over the eyes.
Was this gift wrapped? Was it in a bag? If you recall.
It was in a shoebox.
Did you open it at that point?
No.
Did you notice anything unusual about the shoebox?
The shoebox had a demonic drawing on top of it.
Okay. What do you mean by demonic drawing?
It was the picture of a face that had horns, I'm pretty sure sharp teeth as well.
By horns coming out of the head?
Yes.
So remember yesterday I was talking to you about the image of a supernatural being, a devil. Is that the type of horns this drawing had?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him at the moment as to why there was a drawing of a devil figure on the shoebox?
I don't believe so.
What happened next?
After that, we had maybe talked for about maybe 5-10 minutes or so, and then I left.
Did you open the gift before you left or after?
After I left.
At some point, did you open the gift?
Yes.
What was in it?
In the gift, there was I believe it was like a long sleeve, like Playboy t-shirt, or I guess Playboy long sleeve, and then there was a piece of lingerie.
So it was a long sleeve t-shirt?
It was a long sleeve.
By Playboy, do you mean the Playboy bunny image? Is that?
Yeah, it was tan and it had like multiple Playboy bunny, like the logo.
Was it a woman's shirt or was it a man's shirt, or could you even tell?
I wasn't sure.
And what else did he give you?
It was also that piece of lingerie.
What type of lingerie was it?
It was, I believe, like a thong underwear.
Did these gifts seem unusual to you?
Yes.
Have you ever given me anything like this before?
Yes.
What had he given you before?
He had given me like lingerie in the past or clothes.
Was that when you were still dating?
Correct.
Had he ever given you a shirt with the Playboy logo on it, though?
I don't believe so.
What did you do with those gifts?
I had thrown away the box. I can't remember what happened with the other two. I know I ended up donating them at some point.
After you saw him in either December or January and gave you the gift, did you have any further face-to-face contact with Mr. Reales Dominguez prior to his arrest?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any communications via text?
I can't remember.
Were there, so between the period when you received the gift until he was arrested, were there ever times where he texted you about wanting to hang out?
Yes.
How many occasions do you think he texted you?
Maybe about 2 to 4 times.
Was it frequent?
It wasn't extremely frequent, no.
Did you ever hang out with him during that period?
No.
At some point, did you receive text messages from Mr. Reales Dominguez's sister and brother?
Yes.
Do you recall when you received those text messages?
I can't remember the specific date. I believe it might have been in April.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit R. And Defense Exhibit S. Take a look. And then let me know when you're done reviewing those.
Okay. Okay, I've read them over, and it was February, not April.
Do you recognize those as the text messages you received from both Mia and Dylan?
Correct. Yes.
Were those received on February 6th?
Correct.
Were they received close in time to each other?
I believe so.
I'm going to permission to publish defense exhibit R, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, I'm not showing on the screen. There was a number on the top. Was that your phone number?
I don't think it was my phone number since these were from my phone.
Okay. So, this is not your phone number?
No.
We don't need to have it posted.
So, this received on February 6th at 9:09 p.m. That is from Mia
Yes.
and showing you what's been marked defense exhibit S.
Okay.
The text message received a minute after Mia's. Who was that from?
That was from his brother, Dylan.
And I'm not going to show it, but does it have Dylan's email address at the top?
Yes.
So when you received these text messages, what did you think at that point?
I was initially very worried about Carlos's well-being. My initial thought is that he might have potentially harmed himself in some way.
Why did having his siblings reach out to you, asking if you had contact with Carlos, why did that make you believe Carlos may have harmed himself?
At the time, I had known that his mental health was clearly deteriorating, so that was honestly just my initial response. Again, he was very family-oriented when I first had met him. It just seemed very, very out of the blue that he wouldn't answer either of his siblings.
Did you try to call Carlos?
I can't remember.
At some point, did you contact one of his roommates?
Yes.
Do you recall which roommate you contacted?
I believe it was Phil.
And what did you tell Phil?
I pretty much just let him know that both of Carlos's siblings had reached out to me, that they were very worried about him, so to just check on Carlos for me, and then let him know to reach out to one of his family members since they're very concerned about him.
Now, this next statement is not offered for its truth, but for its effect.
Right. That's the way I take this sequence of testimony.
So what did Phil tell you?
I believe he just let me know that he was in his room. I don't remember any specifics other than that. I just remember I told Phil to not let Carlos know that I was the one who initially had reached out.
So did Phil told you that Carlos was in his room?
I believe so, yes.
Once again, showing this is defense exhibit S. This is the response to Dylan. And you tell him that I just called one of his housemates. They said he is okay and in the room, but I told him to tell him to reach out. If you ever need to get a hold of him, you can text his housemate. If you ever need to get a hold of him, you can call one of the people he lives with. Here is his number.
Correct.
Now, I'm not going to broadcast that number, but it's a number beginning with a 970 area code.
I believe it was just the context that I sent. I don't have his number necessarily memorized, but yeah, that's the one I put down.
Was that Phil's number?
Yes.
And is that by Phil? Are we referring to Phil Vaughn?
I believe that was his last name.
Showing again, defense exhibit R. This is your response to Mia,
Correct.
and you told her the same thing. Hey, I just called one of the people he lives with, and he said he's in his room. I told him to tell him to reach out. If you ever need to get a hold of him, you can call one of the people he lives with. Here is his number. And you provide Mia with Phil's number as well.
Yes.
Did it strike you as strange that it was Carlos's 11-year-old sister and 15-year-old brother who were reaching out to you instead of his parents?
A little bit. The only thing is I knew that both of his siblings did have my phone number, so that was the initial reason I assumed they are the ones who reached out, but it definitely concerned me a lot when his younger sister had reached out and his brother as well.
Had you interacted with his parents?
Yes.
Did his mom speak any English?
I don't believe she spoke much.
Did his dad speak some English?
Yes.
Based on when you communicated with Carlos's father, did you speak with his father in English?
Yes.
Did he seem to be fluent in English?
Not fully, I don't believe so.
But there was enough, he spoke enough English that if he called you, you could have had a communication, could have had a conversation with him.
Yes.
When you saw these text messages, did you consider maybe reaching out to Carlos's parents?
Not really. I assumed his siblings would kind of let him know, and I feel like from the text messages as well, he was already a part of my past at that point, so it wasn't fully my responsibility to continue with that, so I knew at least his roommates would have contact with him and could carry on from there.
And is that why you gave them Phil's number, so you would not be the point of contact?
Correct, yes, since I honestly didn't really even know what Carlos was up to either.
Did you get Phil's permission to give the number, or did you just give it?
I can't remember.
After those text messages on February 6th, did you said there may have been 2 or 4 times when Carlos texted you asking to hang out. Do you know if those were before February 6th, after February 6th?
I can't remember.
Other than one of those text messages, did you delete the others?
I believe I might have. I can't fully remember.
You still have one of those text messages?
Yes, I believe so.
And was that a message that you provided to law enforcement when you were interviewed shortly after Carlos's arrest?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit T.
Do you recognize that exhibit, ma'am?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a text message between Carlos and I.
And is that a screenshot of the text message?
Yes.
Did you take that screenshot?
Yes.
And did you provide that screenshot to law enforcement?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yeah.
This is Defense Exhibit T. So, Ms. Yara, it appears that on Wednesday, April 19th at 7:40 p.m., Mr. Reales Dominguez sent you an iMessage,
Yes.
and at 7:40 it said, "Hey, H-E-Y space capital W-Y-D."
Correct.
What does that mean?
What are you doing?
And 6 minutes later, he sent you another message,
Yes.
and it was the letter U, free tonight, question mark,
Yes.
and it said the letter U down to hang.
Yes.
Did you respond, do you recall if you received this message on the 19th? In other words, you saw it, and that's my question. Do you recall if you actually saw this message when he sent it to you on the 19th?
I believe so.
Did you respond on the 19th?
No.
Why not?
I was honestly trying to figure out, I guess, the best way to say no. So I kind of just slept on it and went back to it in the morning.
And you didn't receive any further text messages from Mr. Reales Dominguez that night?
No.
And so the next morning at 9:51 a.m., this is on April 20th, you said, out of respect for my girlfriend, IDT, it's a good idea for us to hang. Does that mean, out of respect for my girlfriend, I don't think it's a good idea for us to hang?
Yes.
And at this point, had you already advised Mr. Reales Dominguez of your girlfriend?
I can't remember.
But you did let him know in January and December, correct, that you had someone you were dating?
I might have potentially mentioned it, but I am not too sure.
Text message, you said, out of respect for my girlfriend. It
Mhm.
seems like, did you already know you had a girlfriend? Because you don't like to say, I have a girlfriend now, you just reference the girlfriend.
I honestly can't remember.
And Mr. Reales Dominguez responded later that afternoon at 3:42 p.m., capital I-G-H-T.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Just like, okay.
Is that like IT? Or
Yeah.
like an abbreviation of all right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And was that the last communication you ever had with Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you recall you were aware of the stabbings in Davis when they were covered in the media?
Yes.
Do you recall learning at some point that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been arrested for those stabbings?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
It was through the media. I just remember seeing a video online of the cop car and then pretty much them taking him away into it.
When you saw that it was Carlos Reales Dominguez who was arrested, how did you react, your immediate reaction?
I was honestly a mess. I cried a lot. It was very overwhelming, and at that point, I just told my parents that they needed to come and get me and I needed to get out of the area.
Where were your parents at? What town were they at? Still Orange County?
Orange County, yes.
Did they come and get you?
Yes.
Did they come and get you before you spoke to law enforcement?
I believe so.
You said you were a mess. Why were you a mess on learning this information?
I mean, he was my boyfriend. We had dated for 2 years. At that point in time, I was in love with him, and to find that someone that I had loved had done something like that was very difficult.
Do you recall telling officers that that was not the person you knew?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
The person that I had initially dated would have never done something like that.
Now, Ms. Guillory, before yesterday, when was the last time you'd seen Mr. Reales Dominguez in person, or been in the same room with him?
The last time I testified?
Did you testify during a prior proceeding in this case, back in July, late July of 2023?
Yes.
When did you receive a subpoena to testify in that prior proceeding?
Yes.
How did you react when you were given the subpoena to testify back in July of 2023?
Objection, relevance.
Is that
You can-
okay? I cried.
Why did you cry?
I was already trying to wrap my own head around everything that had happened, and just having to even just associate myself in any way, shape, or form with Carlos and what had happened. And then I knew there was going to be media present and things like that. I didn't want to be a part of it at all.
Did you come and testify?
Yes.
And did you answer questions from the attorneys?
Yes.
And when did you graduate from UC Davis?
In 2024.
That you began your career?
Correct.
At some point within the last couple months, did you receive a subpoena to testify again?
Yes.
How did you react when you received the subpoena for a second time?
It was difficult once again to have to go through the same process over again when, yeah.
Did you want to testify again?
No.
But ma'am, thinking back to all the people who knew Mr. Reales Dominguez when he was at UC Davis, and got an opportunity to observe him, is there anyone who knew him better than you?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Mr. DeMora, cross-examination.
Your Honor, this time, with the agreement of the parties and the court's permission, we were going to take the people's last witness before we began crossing
I
the
thought we were going to finish.
I thought we were going to finish. the
Oh,
witness.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah. No, we'll get to that witness, but we need to let Ms. Guillory on her way.
Good morning, Ms. Guillory.
Good morning. Sorry, do you mind if I take a sip of water before we?
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I probably need some too.
Okay, sorry.
Can I take the ball to Najm? I will do the same thing probably during my question. So, Ms. Gallardo, you mentioned on cross-examination with Mr. Hutchinson that the person I dated would have never done something like that. And you learned that Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested for the stabbings that took place in Davis. That's correct?
Yes.
And you say that because of how violent, you were aware of how violent these stabbings were, correct?
Yes.
And so it came as a shock to you to find out that your ex-boyfriend was the suspect in these.
Yes.
But Ms. Gallardo, during your relationship with Mr. Dominguez, there were instances where he displayed violence both towards you and other people. Is that correct?
Not any violence towards me ever.
Well, let me ask this, and perhaps violence maybe is the right term, but a level of aggression towards you. For example, you mentioned yesterday that he took your cell phone at the Ryder Apartments and threw it down the hall and broke it.
Correct.
Now, that wasn't a friendly act or gesture towards you. You agree with that?
Yes.
And that was perhaps shocking to you at that time.
Yes.
And that action of Mr. Dominguez, Reales Dominguez, taking your phone and throwing it, came sort of in the middle of this fight that he had with this unknown person, right?
Yes.
And so talking about that, what about what month are we in? This is in 2022, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember, was it January, February, March?
I would say maybe March.
That's just the best of your recollection.
Yeah, the best I can remember.
Okay, so in that incident, and I want to focus on this one specifically. I'll have some other questions related to that. But as you and Mr. Dominguez are walking in the apartment complex or to the apartment complex, is it a guy and a girl that walk by you?
They were walking behind us, but yes, it was a guy and a girl.
Okay. And about how close were they behind you?
Maybe like 6 feet or so.
All right, so not close enough to like be on your heels, but close enough to be within earshot if they said something.
Yeah, around that.
And so Mr. Reales Dominguez believes that the male has said something towards him.
Correct.
And so Mr. Reales Dominguez reacts and gets very upset.
Correct.
And when he gets upset, he gets audibly upset, so his voice raises, right?
Yes.
And he gets physically upset, like he puffs up and like gets, sort of rigid, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar, you've seen people fight before.
A little bit.
Maybe like they get ready to fight, they start posturing.
Yeah, a little bit.
And from what you saw in Mr. Reales Dominguez, he was ready to turn around and fight this guy, right?
Yes.
And to you, this was clearly just a young guy and a young girl walking behind you.
Yes.
And so Mr. Reales Dominguez hears this or expresses that he hears something and whips around and confronts this guy.
Correct.
And that guy is shocked, fair to say?
Yes.
You're shocked as well, right?
Yes.
But this wasn't the first time that Mr. Reales Dominguez had reacted in a similar way to how he's acting right now, right?
I had never seen him do anything like this before.
Like this extreme or in general?
I guess the extreme, again, I heard him thinking other people said things about him, but again, it was dropped from there. He had never gotten in any kind of altercation, I guess, with anyone else.
Okay, so let me pause you right there and we're going to come back to the writer incident for a second. When you had been with him, when he had expressed hearing people talk about him, it did make him audibly upset.
Yes.
And I'm not using his words, but something along the lines of, like, why are they talking about me? Who are they saying? What are they saying? Something like that.
Yes.
Okay, so you can tell he was upset.
Yes.
And in this, going back to the writer incident, now he's upset in a way you've seen him audibly, but now he reacts physically.
Correct.
And so when he turns around and confronts this guy, you mentioned yesterday that it got a little bit physical.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that it got actually very physical?
I guess it depends on what you mean by very physical.
Let me break it down for you. So, Mr. Reales Dominguez makes actual contact with this man. He doesn't stand next to him like this and exchange words, right?
I think initially there might have been a few words, but not much past that.
And so then you mentioned yesterday that Mr. Dominguez tried to tackle him.
Yes.
And when he tried to tackle this individual, and you don't know this person's name, right?
No.
When he tries to tackle this individual, Mr. Reales Dominguez, does he wrap his arms around him? What does he do?
I can't remember the specifics of what he did. I know initially he tried to just shove him with both of his hands. As for the tackle, I can't remember specifically what it was that he did. I just know he was potentially trying to get him to the ground.
So when Mr. Dominguez initially tried to shove this individual, did he actually put his hands on his chest and push him backwards?
Yes.
When he did that individual sort of fall backwards, not to the ground, but step back?
A little bit. It honestly wasn't the most successful shove, I guess.
But when you were watching this unfold, right?
Yes.
And when you saw Mr. Dominguez try to shove this, or actually shove this individual, was Mr. Dominguez upset?
Yes.
And so from what you could see, it looked like he intended to knock this person down, right?
Yes.
Were you trying to stop him?
Yes.
And was he listening to you? The other individual that Mr. Dominguez shoved, at no point did he swing at Mr. Dominguez or anything like that.
I believe he might have pushed him a few times, but I don't believe he ever tried to swing at him or anything.
And those pushes were in response to Mr. Reales Dominguez first putting his hands on that person.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, based on what you observed, that Mr. Reales Dominguez was the aggressor in this?
Yes.
And I take it Mr. Reales Dominguez wasn't able to get this individual on the ground?
I don't believe so.
After you tried to tackle this individual, did Mr. Dominguez continue to try to fight him?
Yes.
And when you tried to fight him, was he continually trying to put his hands on this individual?
Yes. I can't remember any swinging or anything like that. It was mainly just kind of shoving.
But you could see and you recall that his hands constantly were going towards this other individual, either making contact or going in his direction.
Yes.
And so as Mr. Dominguez is trying to fight this individual, how is it, do you recall, that they separated?
I can't remember specifically what happened. I believe at some point either I was able to kind of grab Carlos myself or then direct him in some way to go into the elevator.
And during this time that this fight is going on, Mr. Dominguez has been looking at this individual and audibly, like, either taunting them or saying things to them, right?
Yes.
And so when you got into the elevator and everyone separated at that time, he's still heated. He's still like fired up.
Yes.
And at some point you get out of the elevator and Mr. Dominguez turns either his anger or his temper or his frustrations towards you because he got your phone, right?
Yes, it kind of happened during the altercation that was with the other guy. I remember the other guy was still present when that happened.
When your phone was taken?
Yes.
And so the taking of the phone, so you had an iPhone or something like that?
Yes.
And during this, did you have your phone out in your hand?
I believe so.
At no point did you take your phone when Mr. Reales Dominguez is going through this rage and say, "Here, Carlos, hold my phone." You didn't do that, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. And so, that's your recollection. It's fair to say that he physically took that phone from you.
Yes.
Do you know why he threw it down the hall?
No.
When he threw it down the hall, you saw it, right?
Yes.
And so there are various different ways of throwing an item. You agree with that?
Yes.
So there, you can do an underhand toss, like you're tossing to someone.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry. As we've told many witnesses, we say mm-hmm in normal life, and here we've got to say yes and no for not recorded. So, or if you're tossing something on the bed, you can toss it lightly.
Yes.
We also know that you can do an overhand throw if you want to throw something farther and harder, right?
Yes.
How did you throw it?
Overhand.
And as you're watching him, it looked like he wanted to throw this with some level of force.
Yes.
And from what you saw and what you were able to perceive, it was thrown with anger, right?
Yes.
As if he wanted to destroy that phone.
Yes.
And in fact, he did do that, correct?
Yes.
Now, as we're going through this incident, the other individual that Mr. Reales Dominguez had started to shove, he showed some concern for you, right?
Yes.
And so, was that man present, the man in the girl as well, were they present when Mr. Reales Dominguez threw the phone?
I can't remember specifically. I know once the altercation kind of started, the girl had just left. But I can't remember if he was there when the phone was broken or not.
And so, but at some point, you see him again, or you guys have an exchange, like a verbal exchange.
It wasn't necessarily again, it was all within the same time period.
Okay. So, but he had expressed concern for your safety and your well-being, right?
Yes.
Because it was clear to him, or believed to be as clear to him as it was to you, that Mr. Reales Dominguez was really upset right now.
Yes.
You eventually leave with Mr. Reales Dominguez, and you're in the car, and he is still angry about this whole thing.
Yes.
To the point where he's willing to get out of the car while it's still moving.
Yes.
And so, at no point, he wouldn't let it go. He thought this guy said something about him.
Yes.
Or to him. And he knew in your conversations, or your conversation in the car, or maybe it wasn't a conversation, he was just yelling, or was he yelling?
When he was in the car with me?
Yes.
I can't remember specifically the tone of his voice.
But it wasn't calm like you and I are talking right now.
No.
Still kind of elevated.
Yes, a little bit, yeah.
And every time he was talking about this, he was referring to the guy, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Gallardo, that during the course of your relationship with Mr. Reales Dominguez, to the time you stopped talking to him, you had a little bit of a temper?
Instruction beg is the time.
So at any point that I had been with him, is that what you were specifically saying?
Yes.
A little bit.
So I want to ask you about that for a second. So we talked about the Ryder incident. You started dating again officially dating in January of 2021, right?
Oh, when Carlos and I began dating?
Yes, officially.
Oh, yes.
Prior to, and you've been, as you mentioned yesterday, you've been talking a few months prior.
About like a month or yeah.
I know we're throwing a lot of time frames at
Yeah.
you and asking for calls, so it's okay, just do the best you can with estimates. You had known him back in December of 2020, right? So the year prior.
Yes.
Or excuse me, I shouldn't say the year prior. The month prior in the previous year. There we go.
Yes.
So, at that point, when you had met him, he hadn't gone through this series of changing hygiene, changing hair, or things like that, right?
When I initially met him?
In December of 2020.
No, there was no changes.
But at that time, you were aware that Carlos had punched a hole in the wall in the dorms, right?
Projection foundation.
Well, I think that's what he's asking about. So, over.
In December, you mean?
Yes.
I don't remember learning of anything about that in December of 2020.
Have you learned that at some point prior to you and Carlos starting to date, or when you were talking, that he had punched a hole in the wall of the door?
I believe it was once we had already started talking. I don't think it was prior, but yes.
And he had told you that he had punched a hole in the wall.
I can't remember if he told me or I just ended up seeing it.
But you knew that that he was responsible for doing that.
Yes.
Was that funny to you?
No.
Was that concerning to you?
Yes.
Because people don't just go punching holes in the wall for fun, right?
Yes.
And this was prior to you, at or near the time you started dating, right?
Yes.
And so, is it fair to say that when you learned or saw, learned about the hole in the wall or saw the hole in the wall, you're starting to think, hey, he may have a little bit of an anger issue or a temper?
Yes.
Now, later on in your sophomore year with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you learn that he had punched?
I'm an objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
No personal knowledge.
Sustained, yeah, that's the foundation.
Do you know if, to the best of your recollection, to your personal knowledge, do you know if Mr. Reales Dominguez put his fist through another wall or another item?
Objection, hearsay, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
I got one moment here.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Gallardo, when you were with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you ever see him, and I'm not talking about the incident we just talked about, where you either saw or heard that he put the hole in the wall, did you ever see him punch walls or doors?
Yes.
Okay. On more than one occasion?
I believe 2 times, including the one from before.
Okay. So the one we just talked about, was that the first time you'd seen or heard that?
I believe so.
When was the second time?
It was at some point during our sophomore year.
What happened?
All that I know is I believe it was at the Parkside Apartments.
I object to foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
So, Ms. Gallardo, we don't want you to guess. We only want you to give testimony based on what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Right, and not based on what anybody told you or anything like that?
Yes.
So we are interested. If you saw something,
Mhm.
that's fine, okay? So hold on. Do your question. I admonish the witness. Go ahead.
Certainly. Now, talking about the second incident, did you see anything that Mr. Reales Dominguez did to a wall or another object?
I can't remember specifically.
Was there something that you saw when you were at, if it was the Parkside Apartments, that you saw that led you to believe that Carlos had hit an object like a wall?
I can't fully remember.
But at least looking back on this incident, or trying to remember this incident, is it fair to say that you know he took a violent act towards an inanimate object?
Objection, hearsay, lack of foundation.
That's the state.
Now, in your relationship with Mr. Reales Dominguez, when you two worked together, we saw the photos yesterday. That was early on in your relationship with the two of you and some mutual friends.
Yes.
As as you progressed in your relationship, did Mr. Reales Dominguez start to exhibit some level of jealousy towards you and his friends?
Yes.
When did that start?
At the beginning of sophomore year when he moved into the Parkside apartments.
And just for reference, beginning of your sophomore year was what year?
That would be like end of 2021.
How do you exhibit this jealousy?
It was mainly just any time that I would even communicate with any of his other roommates or really talk to them. He would get pretty upset with me and think that I had ulterior motives or anything like that with just communicating with them.
When you say he'd get upset with you, this was auditorily upset, like he would raise his voice and start making accusations?
Yes.
And these accusations were baseless because you hadn't done anything, right?
Yes.
And it took a lot to calm him down, correct?
Not a lot really to calm him down. I typically would just kind of fold immediately and just say, I'm sorry if that's how you perceived what happened.
But this wasn't a one-time situation. Like he would make these accusations against you on a repeated basis, right?
Yes.
And did it always start and end the same way, where he'd get loud with you, accuse you of something, and then you fold?
He wouldn't typically get loud, but the same thing again where I would just end up apologizing.
And this all took place before you talked about, before you saw the changes in his hygiene, in his hair, and his clothing, right?
Objection to state's testimony.
That's a question, so overruled.
Do you mind to repeat the question?
Sure. And when he would make these accusations against you, this was before you saw the declines in his, or the changes in his hygiene, in his clothing, and his hair?
Yes, a bit before.
As a result of that, did you change how you interact with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
How I interacted with him specifically?
Let me strike that and rephrase. Because he had been accusing you of essentially talking to his roommates and things like that, did you stop communicating with them?
Yes.
Did you stop hanging out with them?
Yes.
When you would go over to Mr. Reales Dominguez's apartment, did you end up just spending time with him in his room?
Yes.
Did you feel like he was trying to isolate you and just be with him all the time?
Yes.
And this was consistent through your relationship till you broke up, correct?
Yes.
And so you mentioned that you like being outdoors and seeing the sunlight and being active, right?
Yes.
And so the longer you're in this relationship with Mr. Reales Dominguez, the more you felt that he was pulling you from that, right?
Yes.
And so at some point during this relationship, it really became about did you feel like it became about what he wanted and not what you wanted?
Yes.
And you went along with this because you were trying to avoid his accusations against you, right?
Kind of. I mean, again, I just was trying to keep it, well, I guess not us both, but just keep everyone as happy as possible in that case.
And the easiest way to keep everyone happy in that was if you didn't do anything that would upset him, right?
Yes.
And to upset him, it could be simply talking to another male that he knows.
Yes.
So, Ms. Garrido, as you were going through this relationship with with Mr. Reales Dominguez, and you're progressing in your relationship in terms of the time you're together. Did it appear to you that he was very possessive of you?
Yes.
And this started to demonstrate itself well in advance of the changes in his demeanor and his clothing and his hygiene, right?
I wouldn't say well in advance.
But in advance of what the noticeable changes you talked about.
Maybe like a month or so, a couple months.
And so, at this point, to try to keep the peace in the relationship, you didn't go out with groups like we saw in the photos as frequently, right?
No.
And so, occasionally, though, you and Mr. Reales Dominguez would go out in public and out on a date or something like that.
Very rarely.
And it was on those occasions that Mr. Reales Dominguez started believing that people were talking about him, right?
Yes.
Sometimes those people he thought were talking about him were people that the two of you actually knew, right?
Not usually.
Okay, but they were people in the area, right?
Yeah, people in the area, but not usually like friends or anything like that.
And so, yesterday I think you mentioned that sometimes people would be having actual conversations, and he would perceive that to be they were talking about him.
Yes.
And then other times people wouldn't say anything, but he'd think they were talking about him.
Yes, not as often though.
So, in the instances where he thought someone was talking about these people are actually having a conversation, and it never was about Mr. Reales Dominguez, right?
Yes.
These people are having a conversation, and they would be close by. They would be, maybe a couple feet away or something like that, or next table over, right?
Yes.
And so he would perceive this, and he would basically accuse someone of saying, what are they saying about me? They're talking trash about me, something like that, right?
Typically, he would say something under his breath. It would only be to me, never to the other people.
Did you ever pick up what he was saying under his breath?
Typically, it was just kind of like, oh, like, what did you say about me? Things along those lines.
So when he's saying it under his breath, you could perceive his tone, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't something like calm, like, hey, what did they say about me? It was more agitated, right?
Yes.
And so, in the other scenario where people aren't saying anything and he thought someone was, it was the same thing where he'd say, as he said, what did they say about me? But he'd be agitated, right?
Yes.
And you were aware that when you heard this agitation, his demeanor would change, right?
A little bit, very briefly, but again, once I was kind of like, oh, no one said anything, we'd kind of drop it and just continue on with the day.
Okay, but up until the point where you tell him nothing, no one said anything, you could tell that he's starting to get kind of visibly upset, right?
I wouldn't say very much so visibly upset. Again, it was mainly just kind of the tone in his voice. I don't think his demeanor itself changed too much.
But you knew that if you didn't calm him down or reassure him or just say, hey, no one's saying anything, that he had the potential to get more agitated, right?
I wasn't really ever worried about that.
But you were worried about how his tone was starting to change when he would say, what are they saying about me, right?
Do you mind repeating that?
Yeah, you were, is cut away from the mic.
Yeah, sorry.
Right. You were at least concerned by how his, when he's saying, what are they saying about me, you were at least concerned enough about the change in his tone when he asked that question.
Yes.
Because you thought to yourself, hey, if I don't address this right now and calm him down or reassure him, then this could be, potentially become something a little bit bigger. He could get really upset.
It was never really a fear of mine that he would take the aggression out on anyone else or anything like that. Just that he would kind of just continue on being upset, I guess, a little bit throughout the day.
Because you'd actually seen him sort of be upset after one of these incidents sort of longer into the day, right? Like, not a situation where he just turns it off and moves on, but you'd seen a prolonged upsetness, if that's a word.
I mean, typically it was only about like maybe 5 minutes sour afterwards.
Were there ever occasions, Ms. Gallardo, when you and Mr. Reales Dominguez would be walking or be someplace and someone, Mr. Reales Dominguez would perceive a gesture that someone made, with their hands or something like that, as being directed towards him?
Not that I can recall.
So I want to ask a couple of questions. I want to shift gears for a second and go back to more specifically your relationship with Mr. Reales Dominguez. Now, yesterday and a little bit today, we were talking about that. You said he appeared to take the breakup well. Like, you explained to him that you were interested in a girl, and he would mention that during your relationship. He seemed relatively okay with that.
Yes.
But you did say, in speaking with law enforcement, that you think the breakup took a big toll on him.
Yes.
And when you say it took a big toll on him, it negatively impacted him, right?
I would say so.
And because the negative impact, like the two of you still hung out occasionally for a period of time, right?
Yes.
And you still take photos together.
Yes.
Still communicate via text message and on the phone, right?
Yes, but not as often.
Right. Naturally, with a breakup, you go from communicating multiple times a day to decreased communication because now you're no longer in a relationship, you're friends.
Yes.
And so naturally, you communicate maybe daily but less frequently, and then you spread out that relationship or that communication over every other day, weekly, things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a break now.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, I appreciate it. Ms. Granado, thank you for your patience with me in the court, and it sounds like we have a few more questions for you. We are going to take a mid-morning break, so we'll about 15 minutes or so.
15 minutes, okay. And did you guys just want to come get me, or should I just come back in like 15 minutes?
No, just if you can come in the...
Yeah, in the room. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
I'll send somebody in.
Okay, perfect. That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
All right, to the jury, thank you. Do not discuss the substance, don't form any opinions, don't research, it's very great. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Off your record.
Really had many phone calls, but yeah, mostly just kind of texting here and there. Definitely not every day, though, from what I can remember.
Fair enough. Most people don't use the phone to call anymore. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So, I had to help a friend set up voicemail the other day. They're like, "What is this?" We're not going to talk about that. But as you are sort of moving into this new phase of, and when I say relationship, I don't mean dating relationship, but new phase of the relationship between the two of you. You had mentioned Mr. Reales Dominguez had tried to get together or rekindle the relationship a couple of times, right?
Yes.
As you get to December of 2022, how many times would you estimate he tried to get back together with you?
Maybe about, you said up until December, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe about like 3 to 5 times he would try. It was never really a conversation of like, hey, I want to get back together. It was more just any kind of physical advance and things like that.
So more of an action.
Yes, correct.
And to you, those were very clear indicators that he was trying to go back to a romantic dating relationship.
Yes.
And every time he did that, you had to say, hey, Carlos, we can't do this. We're friends. We broke up, right?
Yes.
And at that time, he appeared to understand, or at least you thought he did, right?
Yes.
Now, as you're going through this phase of post-breakup relationship, you were aware that Mr. Reales Dominguez, or did you know that he had continued to withdraw from friends and isolate himself?
From what I could tell when I visited him, yes, I could see him still withdrawing.
But even as he's still withdrawing from other people, he's still reaching out to you to come hang out and to socialize.
Correct.
And so when you go socialize with him, or you meet up with him and you were in his room, you would just sort of hang out there while he did his music or his beats or drew.
Correct.
And so essentially you were just watching him engage in activities that he enjoyed.
Typically, yes, or I would just be on my own phone doing my own thing, but yes.
So, but you'd have minimal when I say minimal, you would talk a little bit.
Very minimal, but yes.
And so as we get to December of 2022, either in December of 2022 or January of 2023, you received this Christmas gift from him.
Correct.
And so the Christmas gift that you received, I guess, let me see if I can put the time frame down. The fall quarter usually ends in early December, correct?
Yes.
So maybe the second week of December is usually when you finish finals and you go on break.
Typically.
And then winter quarter starts about mid-January, right?
Yes.
Do you remember if you received this gift before finals or after finals?
I can't remember.
So you received this gift from Carlos, and you said it was a piece of lingerie and a t-shirt. He had given you lingerie before when the two of you were actually dating in a relationship.
Yes.
And when he gives you this piece of lingerie now, did that appear to you to be an effort to get back together?
Potentially, yes.
And you say potentially because you don't have other male friends and friends that are giving you pieces of lingerie, right?
No.
And you don't have ex-boyfriends other than Mr. Reales Dominguez giving you basically intimate pieces of apparel.
I don't have any other ex-boyfriends, but I would assume not.
Yeah, or just exes in general, right?
Yes.
And so you received this gift from him, and you said at some point you ended up donating or discarding it.
Yes.
You didn't tell him that, right?
No.
Because you knew if you told him, it could make him feel bad or upset him, right?
Yes.
And so you knew based on the state that you testified to, that the changes you were seeing in him, that could either contribute to worsening that, or it could make him upset, right?
I would think kind of contribute to potentially worsening the state that he was already in.
Because it was clear to you that his efforts, his physical efforts to get back together with you, and the gift as well, it was clear to you that he was likely still not over the relationship, right?
Yes.
And so you're trying to be as kind and gentle as possible to like, distance yourself and make it clear that you're not getting back together.
Yes.
And the best way that you saw doing this was to gradually decrease communication and contact.
Yes.
Right? Instead of just, breaking off completely and then doing what people say is called ghosting.
Correct.
And ghosting is, what is that?
Just pretty much breaking off all contact without giving any initial reasoning or anything like that.
You disappear.
Yes.
And so, after you received this gift, Mr. Reales Dominguez did reach out to you a couple of times to see if you wanted to hang out, right?
Yes.
And you delayed your responses to him to give that indication that we're not getting back together, but also to be respectful of him.
I mainly delayed it to figure out what I would say to get, yes, that same point across.
And so you saw Defense Exhibit T, and if I could approach with People's 43E. And Ms. Gallardo, do you recognize People's 43E is the exact same text message exchange that you saw on Defense Exhibit T?
Yes.
All right, and that came from your phone?
Correct.
And that's the conversation with you and Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Thank you. And as you mentioned, that was your last communication with him prior to him being arrested. Actually, that was your last communication with him.
Yes.
Ms. Guerrero, during your time with Mr. Reales Dominguez, during your dating relationship, did you ever see him with a knife?
I think so.
Okay, and let me clarify too. I'm not talking about like a kitchen knife where you make food or anything like that. I'm talking about like a knife you carry on your person, like a pocket knife or a fixed blade knife.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see him with one of those?
I believe so.
When did you see that?
I can't remember specifically when. I believe he might have gotten one as a gift at one point.
Was that when you were dating or was that afterwards?
I believe when we were dating.
Excuse me. Did you ever see him, carry it regularly or just receive it?
I can't remember.
But during the course of your relationship, you never saw him regularly carry a knife like in his pocket or on his belt or anything like that?
I don't believe so.
Did you never went to a park or to any place where the two of you threw knives together?
No.
And you never watched him throw knives, right?
No.
And you didn't believe him to be interested in throwing knives, right?
No.
He was interested in music and drawing and art, pretty much.
Yes.
And you never saw him do any like woodwork, like carving with a knife or anything like that?
No.
And to your knowledge, were you aware that he purchased a knife off Amazon in December of 2022?
No.
The cat, Ember.
Yes.
Now, if I got this correct, you fostered Ember, so Ember was initially your cat, right?
Yes, through the foster program.
And eventually it became Mr. Reales Dominguez's cat.
Yes.
And, but even when you were, the two of you were dating, it was, you considered it both your cat, it was shared, right?
Yes.
And then after you broke up, Mr. Reales Dominguez kept Ember.
Correct.
Was that, to your knowledge, the only, I don't want to call a cat an item, but the only physical object from your relationship that you believe Mr. Dominguez still had?
I believe so.
When you expressed your concerns about Ember to Mr. Reales Dominguez when you were visiting Hawthorne, and you testified he was going to take care of the cat how he wanted, was he irritated when you said that?
Yes.
Did he appear upset?
Yes.
And when he said that to you in a way that made you sort of back off and be like, all right, I'm not going to talk about the subject anymore, right?
Yes.
And after that, you never brought up the topic with him again.
I had brought it up a few times overall in general, but yes, at one point I did just drop it.
Because every time you would bring it up with him, you were met with sort of the same response in terms of tone, irritation, didn't like that he was being told how to take care of the cat.
Correct.
And this was a very similar tone that he would take when he perceived people to be talking about him. He'd get and say, like, what are they talking about? You could see the change in his demeanor, right?
Again, it's mainly just the change in the tone of his voice, but yeah.
Let me rephrase it. The change, you could tell the change in his voice based on the situation.
Correct.
If I may have just one moment here.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gallardo. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
Ms. Gallardo, we showed you the April 19th text where Mr. Reales Dominguez asked you to hang out.
Yes.
After he gave you the Christmas gift, I believe you said there may have been a total of 4 texts, including that one where he asked you if you'd hang out.
Yes.
How did you respond to all those other texts?
Typically, I would sometimes just make up an excuse that it had schoolwork or something else to do.
As you sit here today, do you remember how you specifically responded to those other texts which you deleted?
I don't remember the specifics.
But you never did hang out with him after seeing him give you the gift in December or January?
Not that I can remember.
So after he gave you the gift in December, January, when was the next time you saw him in person when you were in the same room looking at him?
From what I can remember, it was most likely when I testified last.
That was in late July
Yes,
2023.
correct.
How did he look when you saw him in court?
I mean, he had the extremely long hair over his eyes. He just seemed very expressionless, emotionless.
Could you even see his face?
No.
Why not?
His hair was covering the majority of his eyes, so
While you testified, did he show any emotion?
no.
Did you even see him move?
No.
How was he dressed?
I can't remember.
Was he in suit tie or was he wearing something else?
I don't think he was in a suit and tie, but I can't remember specifically.
Was he wearing a suicide smock?
Objection, leading, foundation, lack of personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Do you know what a smock is? Like some sort of, or do you know what a smock is?
No.
Does he look differently today?
Yes.
How so?
His hair is cut, looks more clean shaven, and is wearing a suit.
Other than being older, does he look closer to the man you met your freshman year?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, any recross on that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, just a moment. Ms. Gallardo, I want to thank you for your testimony. I just did a little math on it. You were on the witness stand. I already subtracted the breaks, but it was 3 hours and 5 minutes, and you talked about personal matters, and so I want to extend my appreciation to you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, we ask Ms. Garrett to be subject to recall.
Subject to recall. Okay, so, Mr. Zamara, we had one witness that we wanted to get back to.
Yes,
Is
sir.
your witness ready?
Yes, we will call Detective Christopher Ritter.
Okay, let's get him. Good morning, sir. Thank you for your patience. Come on in and stand at the podium here. I'll ask the clerk to give you the oath, and then we'll have you take a witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that the plea about to give, and the cause not before the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record, and call the vote.
Christopher Ritter, CHRISTOPHER,
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vanderhook, direct exam.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. What's your job?
I'm a detective with the Davis Police Department.
Were you working as a detective for the Davis Police Department back in May of 2023?
I was.
And did you assist in an investigation into a series of stabbings within the city of Davis?
I did.
And as part of your work on that investigation, did you attempt to obtain surveillance video from ATMs located on the UC Davis campus?
I did.
And to that end, did you draft a search warrant to obtain surveillance videos from a Bank of America ATM at the ATMs?
I did.
Any person in the show?
Okay.
Sir, on People's 26J, I have a file open marked custodian of records declaration. Can you take a look at that for me, please? You can pull it closer to the eyes.
Yeah.
Are you able to see that?
Yes.
And is that a declaration that came with the records you received pursuant to the search warrant?
Yes.
I'm going to go over to the other file on there, on the exhibit, which is a long string of numbers and underscores. Are you able to see that file now open, sir?
Yes.
And is that video that you obtained pursuant to your search warrant?
It is.
Thank you. And so, just walk me through the process. When you write a search warrant for something like that ATM video, how is it that it goes from getting the search warrant to then having the video?
Draft the search warrant to wherever they're going. In this case, it was several banks. Send a warrant after it's signed by a judge to the banks at whatever legal process they have, whatever address or email or portal. They process it, and then they'll either send a physical copy or they'll send an electronic copy.
So in this case, did you see a physical or electronic copy, or do you remember?
I believe it's a USB.
And so, did you review the video to see if it contained anything relevant to the investigation in the case?
I did.
And did it?
We believe so, yes. About 4 seconds or so.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
About 4 seconds or so.
May I publish, Ron?
Okay.
So I have the video for People's 26J on the overhead. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
And is this the video that you obtained from Bank of America pursuant to your search warrant?
You'd have to play it, but I believe it is.
Okay, I'll play just a little bit of it. Now, do you see the timestamp that's marked on the bottom of the video?
I do.
From reviewing the video, is this a camera that records continuously, or is it only just recordings of motion that happens in front of the camera?
Motion censored.
So I paused the video where the timestamp is 3 minutes after midnight and 5 seconds. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
I haven't seen much of the video. Are you able to now say whether or not this is the video that you obtained from the Bank of America pursuant to your search?
Yes.
And this particular ATM, where is it?
It's on the east side of Memorial Union building on UC Davis campus.
And so in the video here, we see like a path that goes through the center of the left screen, and then on the right view, we can see just kind of a small portion of something at the very top. Do you see that?
Yes, that's the quad.
And is there a bicycle path that goes along that east side of Memorial Union?
Yes, it goes directly, I guess, from north to south.
And is this on the UC Davis campus?
Yes, it's just kind of, it's not just a bicycle road, it's like a roadway for their vehicles as well.
So you're actually going to play the remainder of this portion of the video.
Okay.
And so, sir, I've paused the video now at 3 minutes and 44 seconds timestamp. Other than the small portion that we've watched now, in review of the video, did you see anything else of what appeared to be significant to you in the investigation?
No.
I don't have any additional questions.
Mr. Hutchinson, any cross?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
So, sir, as you indicated, it is a motion-activated camera.
Yes, that's what I'm told, yes.
Looking at it, you see events that appear to happen right after each other, but if you look at the time, you can tell how much time elapsed.
Yes.
Okay. So we saw a person with a bike walk by at one point,
Yes.
and then that would, and I believe your testimony, that was at 12:03 and 5 seconds.
3 seconds, I think, is when he comes into screen on one. They come on different times.
So he comes into screen at 12:03 and 3 seconds.
Yes.
And you see at this left screen, there now appears to be a security van or some sort of van in the back.
Yes.
But the time of that is 12:03 and now 44 seconds.
Yes.
So that's 41 seconds after this individual came in the screen.
Yes.
But if you don't look at the timestamp, it appears that it happens right after the other, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, any redirect?
No.
Okay, Detective Ritter, thanks for making time. Have a great day. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
That's called Joyce Fernandez.
Joyce Fernandez, okay. Okay, Ms. Fernandez, good morning again. Come on in, if you can stand at the podium, then I'll have the clerk administer the oath, and then you'll take the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause not to be for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please, your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Joyce Fernandez, JoyceFernandez.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Fernandez.
Good morning.
When you were last here, you testified that you sent Mr. Reales Dominguez a disqualification email on April 25th,
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked offensive to you.
Take a look at that. Is that the email you sent Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Does the email indicate the time that this was sent?
It does.
What time was it?
Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 at 10:28 a.m.
And what does the subject line indicate?
Disqual-
State.
Sure. Disqualified spring 23 via winter 23 academic standing.
And this email includes a link here at the bottom of the second paragraph,
Yes,
and you included an attachment.
I did.
And what's the label of the attachment?
C. Dominguez disqualified winter 23.
Did you ever speak to Mr. Reales Dominguez on the phone or in person?
I did not.
Show you what's been marked offensive to the B.
Do you recognize that exhibit, ma'am?
I do.
What is it?
It's the disqualification notice that was attached to that email.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
And ma'am, you see here toward the bottom, it says, "The terms of my disqualification notification have been explained to me."
Yes.
If you never spoke to Mr. Reales Dominguez on phone or in person prior to sending this attachment, what is that supposed to mean?
Sure. So we have a couple different buttons we press on our end, and I would click that I emailed this notification to clarify that like the student has received these. I've spelled out the requirements, but it has been emailed.
So this means that you sent him an email.
That I've outlined the disqualification notice and what I would recommend moving forward.
But this sentence, "The terms of my disqualification notification have been explained to me." You are referring to the email you sent and included the attachment, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any cross, Mr. DeMora?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Fernandez, thank you for making time for the court again. Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson,
Ebony McLean, Your Honor.
can you say the name again?
It's McLean. She was formerly Ebony Blackwell.
Okay.
I believe it's MCCLAI.
Ms. McLean, Good morning. Come on in. If you could. All good. Thank you. Come on into the podium here. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm the judge presiding, and I appreciate you being here this morning. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath. After you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand, and we have lawyers ask questions.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear this you're about to give, and the cause not being for the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Ebony McClain, Ebony Ebony, McClain McClain.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hutchinson, direct exams.
Good morning, Ms. McClain.
Good morning.
Ma'am, in April of 2023, what was your name?
Ebony Blackwell.
And again, in April 2023, what was your occupation?
I am still the Assistant Director of Undergraduate Advising or the Director of the Biology Academic Success Center.
Okay. Can you explain a little more about the responsibilities and duties of your job?
Sure. So I am the overall leader of the Biology Academic Success Center within the College of Biological Sciences at UC Davis. I serve as being responsible for the overall academic advising and undergraduate academic concerns of all undergraduate students within the College of Biological Sciences. I am the supervisor of the entire staff, so I have a team of assistant directors and academic advisors, peers and faculty advisors that I work with. Our responsibilities within our office are to work with students pretty much for everything from the recruitment and the incoming processes for students through any academic concerns that they have, through just certifying their degrees. And it's my job to just make sure all of that operates smoothly and efficiently.
How does your job differ from the position held by Joyce Fernandez?
I am her direct supervisor. So I task her with all of her responsibilities and just supervise the overall management of her
Were you
work.
her supervisor in April of 2023?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the name Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I'm familiar with the name, yes.
Have you ever met Carlos Reales Dominguez?
No,
Have you ever spoken with Carlos Reales Dominguez?
not that I'm aware of.
Have you ever had email communication, or have you ever sent him an email directly yourself?
No, I haven't.
Has he ever sent you any sort of electronic communication directly?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Other than seeing photos in the media, have you ever seen Carlos Reales Dominguez prior to today?
No.
At some point, were you involved in, when was the first time you became aware of the name Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I believe around the time that he was arrested, I was called to campus by my college dean, Dean Mark Winey, and I was told about the situation, and that's the first time I was made aware of the name, and in a sense that I can remember like hearing his name.
We've heard testimony about Mr. Reales Dominguez receiving all Fs the winter term of 2023.
Yes.
And filing a 5-question appeal.
Yes.
Were you involved in that appeal in any way?
Yes, it was brought to my attention after the fact that I was involved in the decision-making process for that appeal.
Just a moment. Show me what's been marked Defense Exhibit K. Was that the appeal that Mr. Reales Dominguez submitted?
It doesn't have his name on it, so I can't confirm that it is or is not his appeal.
Okay.
There's a stipulation that was his appeal.
Okay.
Looking at the one sentence responses, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed in Mr. Reales Dominguez's appeal?
Yes.
And we also heard testimony of an appeal he had filed a year earlier in January 3rd of 2022. Were you involved in that appeal?
Not that I'm aware of.
So, when you saw this appeal, what did you think when you first looked at the answers?
Typically, I cannot remember exactly to say, what the time when I was looking at this appeal.
Let me stop. You've obviously looked at this after Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested.
Yes.
Do you have memory of looking at this appeal prior to his arrest?
Yes, because I didn't look at many that quarter, so I do remember the appeal.
Okay. Once again, prior to his arrest, what was your reaction when you saw this appeal?
That it didn't say a lot. There's not a lot going on here. I'd wanted to know like what the struggle was, which I would typically task my academic advisors to discuss with them during an appointment for the appeal. It mentions that they struggled this past quarter due to academic difficulties and personal problems, and I would have wanted to know more about personal problems.
I'd like you to assume a fact.
Okay.
Assume that in that appeal he had told you that he was struggling with the symptoms of schizophrenia and he was not receiving medication or treatment.
Okay.
What steps could have been taken?
That would have been a major red flag for me. It probably wouldn't even have got to me if that was in the appeal to the process of which it did get to me. One of my team members would have likely alerted me of that. A care report would have likely been submitted.
What's a care report?
A care report is an opportunity to connect with Office of Student Support with case managers that are on campus who can typically connect with a student immediately and help us in our office connect with the student, connect the student to resources. We would have wanted to make sure the student was talking with a mental health professional on campus, maybe even do a welfare check to see if the student was doing okay in that moment, and try and prioritize seeing them as soon as possible. We would have even maybe tried to loop in our mental health counselor that we have embedded in the BASC, or at the Biology Academic Success Center.
Mental health counselor you have embedded, and if you can slow
Hold on
down.
just a second. Ms. McLean, I need you to slow way
Yes.
down. Okay.
Will do.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you can just carry on.
I would have likely tried to even loop in our mental health counselor that we have it embedded in the BASC, the Biology Academic Success Center, to get her advice on the best steps to connect a student who would have been experiencing mental health issues to that capacity.
And assume in taking these steps it was determined that this student was suffering from schizophrenia and was not receiving medication. What could have been done to address the 3 F's that this person received winter quarter?
They could have filed for a retroactive withdrawal for the quarter.
What is a retroactive withdrawal?
So it's a process that is handled by the Academic Senate. The student can fill out a petition outlining all of the issues that they experienced during the quarter, and they could have asked, included documentation. So if it was documented that they had schizophrenia and had not been taking medicine, the Academic Senate on campus could have considered that and completely wiped that quarter clean.
And what does that mean, wiping that quarter clean?
That means that the record would now have, instead of grades, RW listed instead of the Fs, and that quarter would not have impacted their GPA.
And in your experience, would a person suffering from schizophrenia and not receiving medication, would that be a scenario in which there is a good chance that petition would be granted?
I've never worked with a student experiencing it, so I can't answer to in my experience, but usually something that is extreme like that would be something that...
And you're familiar with schizophrenia? Do Do you know
Yes.
what it is? And you said that would be a red flag?
Yes.
So in your opinion, would suffering from schizophrenia be something extreme in your opinion?
Yes.
So you had limited information on this appeal. Who ultimately made the decision whether to grant or deny it? Was it you alone or were other people involved?
The way the process works is 2 advisors on my team review the appeal. If they do not agree with what the decision should be, then it comes to me. And in this case, they did not agree with whether or not he should continue or be disqualified, so it came to me to make the final decision.
Who are the 2 advisors?
I believe it was Millie, Ling Sai, and I don't know who the other advisor was.
But there was disagreement?
Yes.
And so at that point, does it go to you?
Yes.
So does Joyce Fernandez play a role in deciding whether the appeal is granted or not?
She does play a role in some of them, but she did not play a role in this one.
Okay. So it then went to you?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you ultimately decide?
To disqualify, dismiss.
Is there a process, given that you had some disagreement and there's very limited information, is there a process by which you can reach out and try to get more information from the student before deciding the appeal?
Typically not before the appeal is decided. In different circumstances, I may leave notes in the system that say, talk to the student about this, encourage them to connect with a resource like mental health counseling, and depending on what they're saying, whoever has the appointment with the student, I will tell them ahead of time, depending on what comes up, come back to me and we can rediscuss things. But this is their opportunity to tell me ahead of time.
So given the gravity of the situation where a person could be terminated from school, were you expecting to see more answers than what you received?
Yes, I would expect to see more answers.
Did this stand out as unusual to you?
No, it's common sometimes for students to leave short answers.
How would you describe, besides short, how would you characterize these responses? Are they very simple?
Yeah, just short and simple. I wouldn't want to make any other assumptions about it.
Now, Ms. McLean, when a student makes appointments to meet with a counselor, does UC Davis keep records of those?
With a counselor or an academic advisor?
Academic advisor, I think I'm using the term interchangeably.
Okay.
An academic advisor.
Yes, we do keep records.
I'm going to, and are those records ultimately, can they be put into a PowerPoint? Not a PowerPoint, excuse me, an Excel spreadsheet?
Yes,
And are you familiar with these records?
yes.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit W. Now, just take a look at that. I'll make a screen, and then let me know if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what does that exhibit show, ma'am?
This shows the advisor's first name and last name that the student met with, the student's first name, last name, which major they are in our college. The category is the type of appointment they want to book. If it was a workshop, it has the name of the workshop. Meeting preference means like the modality. Do they want to come into the office or have a virtual appointment?
Let me
Wouldn't
stop
the-
you there. Does it indicate whose records these are?
Yes,
And whose records are they?
Carlos Dominguez.
And I'm going to ask you some questions about these records. I asked you some legal language, so just bear with me.
Okay.
Are these records made in the regular course of business in your department?
Yes.
Are these records made at or near the time of the event recorded? In other words, when a person makes an appointment, are these records generated at that time or close in time?
Yes, when they make it, that's what is generated for us to know. I believe it also has, though, if the student showed up, which would then be on the appointment day, and students can book up to 2 weeks in advance.
And how are these records created?
Online, they're logged into our appointment system, and then we have a report that you can pull to create that spreadsheet.
And based on your experience, is the information contained in these records accurate and trustworthy?
Yes.
Now, we're going to get to the record in a minute, but man, we were shown an email that Ms. Fernandez sent Mr. Reales Dominguez on April 25th, advising him of his disqualification. If the email is sent on the 25th, why do his records indicate this disqualification is effective as of April 28th?
Joyce, after these decisions are made, Joyce will send a list to the registrar's office and email the students. So it likely took time for email going out to when the registrar actually processed the dismissal.
And when the registrar processes the dismissal, what do you mean by that?
They'll take the list that Joyce has sent and go into the student's record and drop them from their classes and mark their record as withdrawn.
So if his records say dismissed as of April 28th, is that the date that the registrar processes it?
It would have to be, because they're the ones who processed the record.
And until that happens, a person, according to UC Davis records, they're still officially a student until it's processed.
Fully stamped on their record.
I'd like to publish Defense Exhibit W.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, this shows multiple appointments that Mr. Reales Dominguez scheduled over his academic career.
Yes.
Do you see,
You'll need to zoom in a bit, and then, Ms. McLean, there's a pointer on there, a black wand with a button on it, right? So you might direct us as the questions come up.
all right. You can see here where the little cursor is, there's a date and time of April 24th at 2:50 and 50 seconds p.m.
Yes.
And that is under the column created date, correct?
Yes.
What does that date and time represent? What happened on April 24th at 2:50 p.m.?
That would have been the time that he went in to create the appointment, to book an appointment.
And what website or portal would he go into?
The BASC website.
And what is the BASC website?
the Biology Academic Success Center's appointment website, or just our website in general, where they can get information, book appointments, or log into Express Advising.
Is that a link they get off the UC Davis website?
Yes, it would be, you'll be able to get there from the UC Davis website. Depending on communications we've sent to students, it would be included there as well.
So I'm going over to now, under the note category. What does the note category mean?
The notes are the opportunity for a student to tell us what they want to meet about, so that the advisor knows what the appointment is going to be about, what the student needs from them.
And his note, Mr. Reales Dominguez is saying, I was wondering if you can help me go over the courses I'm taking this quarter. Correct?
Yes.
So if this appointment is made on, assuming Joyce Fernandez sent the email on April 25th, this appointment was made the day before.
Correct.
And under here is a start time. What does that mean?
The 9:30 time,
Yes, it says under the column start time.
that is when the appointment would actually take place, on May 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.
So he was given an appointment for May 2nd at 9:30 a.m.
He chose an appointment for May 2nd at 9:30 a.m.
And scrolling over, does it say who he's meeting with?
Tori Hollowell.
Who is Tori Hollowell?
Tori is one of our past academic advisors. She's retired.
I don't want you to guess. Do you have any personal knowledge of what happened with that appointment after Mr. Reales Dominguez was officially dropped on April 28th?
No show.
And were you there at the time, or do you have personal knowledge of that?
I had to pull the report for campus council when they asked for our records, and it was listed as a no-show.
Okay, but who wrote no-show?
The system does. When our advisors have the ability to go in and put show or no-show and leave advisor notes, and it was listed as a no-show. Or if he wouldn't have come, it just would have rolled over to no-show.
So who made that note, though, that it was no-show?
Our advisors do. They go into the system on our end and after the appointments, and we'll put show or no show.
Yes, my question is, who was the person who
Or
wrote?
it would have had to have been Tori. It would have popped up under her appointments. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. You have more questions?
Yes, I'm trying to get her out of here. but-
Well, we're out of time,
Okay.
and I don't want you to have to rush, and there may be follow-up. So, Ms. McLean, thank you. We do need to take a midday break, and the jury's working very hard. So I appreciate your patience with me. We're gonna start back up at 1:30. It doesn't sound like there's a lot more to do. There is some more to do at 1:30, okay?
Thank you.
All right, you're excused at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you. So midday break. Don't discuss the substance, don't form any opinions about the case, and don't research, and I'll see you back for an afternoon session.
Does
Okay,
this stay here?
Thank you. Yes, leave that paper there. Thank you, folks. Awesome.
Now, if I were to add an @ucdavis.edu after that, would that be his email?
Yes, usually.
And going to the next column, it says phone number. What phone number does that column designate?
I'm not sure. It's usually whatever phone number the student has on record.
And so the 510-693-1899, if that was the phone that Mr. Reales Dominguez had on the record, that would be entered there?
I'm not 100% sure. He could have also entered it as the number he wanted in there, but I'm not sure.
And under the next column, we see a 1 and it says no-show.
Yes,
Okay, well, the column is no-show, and it has a 1. What does the 1 indicate?
that it was a no-show.
And we've already looked at the notes section. That is what Mr. Reales Dominguez typed in when he made this appointment.
Correct.
And going to the next column, start time, that is when is that when the appointment was supposed to begin?
Yes, that's the time he chose for his appointment.
And do you know what category ID column means?
No,
Do you know what advisor ID column means?
no.
If, try to find the right column, I just saw it, just one moment here. Oh, let's go back. See the column check-in, do you see that?
Yes,
Is that if a person does show up, that is when they check in and it's noted?
yes, that's when the advisor went in the system and checked them in.
In other words, the meeting takes place and the advisor checks them in.
Yes.
If Mr. Reales Dominguez had showed up for this meeting with Ms. Hollowell,
Yes.
what building would he go to?
Catherine Esau is the building's name, into room 1023, which is the Basque lobby.
Room 1023?
Yes,
You said Basque lobby?
yes. We call it Basque for short, for Biology Academic Success
Oh, it's
Center.
not, okay.
Yeah.
If he were to go and check in, is it on the first floor? Where would he go if he entered the building to check in for his appointment?
It is on the first floor. It depends on what door he enters.
Is there a receptionist or someone he would check in with?
Yes,
And is it a desk? Is it
it's a front desk, yes. So he would come into the lobby and come up to the front desk. We have a front desk and a peer station. He would go to the front desk station.
and who staffs the front desk?
My front desk advisor.
And what is the responsibilities of a front desk advisor?
They're responsible pretty much for overall front office management. They are there to check in students and assist any students or other individuals that come into the lobby area with questions. They will, for students who are coming in, either if they're asking to see the peers, they'll tell them to scan our QR code that's there. If they're there for an advisor, they may let that advisor know that their appointment is there and ready for them. If visitors come in, they'll answer any questions that they may have. They answer the front phone and manage our ticket system.
I'm sorry, they answer the phones and?
Manage our ticket system.
I could ask you just to speak a little bit more slowly. Our court reporter, she would appreciate it, I think.
Sorry.
She gets mad at me all the time too, so don't worry about it. She's nodding. So if Mr. Reales Dominguez had come in and said, my name is Carlos Reales Dominguez, and I have an appointment at 9:30, what would the front desk advisor do?
She would tell them to take a seat in the lobby and would have notified Tori that they were there.
Would the front desk advisor check them in, or was that something Tori would do when she met with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
It's the advisor's responsibility to check them in after they meet with the students.
I'm sorry, after?
They meet with the students.
Now, I'd like you to assume a fact.
Okay?
Assume Mr. Reales Dominguez walked in at the date and time, but didn't give his name and didn't say that he had an appointment, but simply asked the front desk advisor, can I speak with an academic advisor? What would that front desk advisor tell him in that situation?
She would ask more about what they needed an advisor for, and see if it's something that she can help them with right there in that moment, or instruct them on how they can make an appointment. And if maybe it was a topic that could be covered in our express advising, and it was an express advising day, she could also prompt them to log into express advising.
So it's possible that if a student though just walks in without giving a name or saying that they have an appointment and just says, can I talk to an academic advisor, is it possible that the front desk advisor would tell them that they need to make an appointment?
It's possible, yes.
Like to go, now we're looking at another column under created date. Do you see this?
Yes.
That's May 3rd, 2023 at 11:10 a.m. and 38 seconds.
Yes.
That is after Mr. Reales Dominguez has already been disqualified from UC Davis.
Yes.
So at this point, is he still a student in officially according to UC Davis on May 3rd?
No.
How is he able to then go in and create an appointment?
You can still make an appointment even though you've been disqualified. There are reasons certain students want to talk to advisors, and we don't block them out from the system because when they want to apply for readmission, they may need an appointment then. So we always keep our system open to them.
How much time would he have had to wait to apply for readmission?
When you've been disqualified, you have to wait a year.
So he couldn't apply for readmission on May 3rd.
No.
So on May 3rd, 2023, 11:10, how would Mr. Reales Dominguez access this? What's the name of the appointment?
Our BASC appointment system.
BASC.
BASC. You said he could access that through the UC Davis website?
Yes.
Does the UC Davis website have a news feed on it so where you can see like articles or photos?
I'm not sure.
Can I have you pull that mic a little bit closer?
Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you, but
Okay.
this helps a little bit. Thanks.
Ma'am, do you recall, if you recall, around this time on May 3rd, seeing images of David Breaux' memorial bench with flowers on it, do you recall that being over the media around this time?
Yes.
Do you know if that was on the UC Davis website at all?
I do not know.
But you recall seeing that?
Yes.
So, but you do not know if that image, a photo of that memorial bench was on the UC Davis website on May 3rd, 2023 at 11:10 a.m. when Mr. Reales Dominguez signed in to create an appointment.
No, I do not.
And it said it was created by C.R. Domingue. That's his identification.
Yes.
And in his note, he indicated, I was wondering if we can look at my degree.
Correct.
If a person has been disqualified from UC Davis, are they still working toward their degree?
They are not working toward it at UC Davis.
And Mr. Reales Dominguez made an appointment, correct?
Correct.
And what date did he choose?
May 17th, 2023.
Okay. And is that appointment, was it a no-show?
You'd have to go back to the,
Which way should I scroll?
believe to the right.
The no-show?
Yes.
Ma'am? So if you assume that Mr. Reales Dominguez was in Yolo County Jail on May 17th, someone would mark that down as a no-show.
Correct.
I want to just back up a little bit.
Okay.
The two individuals who reviewed Mr. Reales Dominguez's appeal and were disagreed, were those Tori Holloway and Millie Ling Z.
Millie Ling Tsai.
Tsai. Did you discuss their reasons with them, or did you just review their notes before you made your decision?
Just reviewed their notes.
If you recall, which one felt Mr. Reales Dominguez's appeal should be granted and he should be permitted to remain?
I believe Tori voted for remain.
And was it Millie who believed it should be denied?
Correct.
Do you recall Tori Holloway's reasons?
No, I do not.
But that would have been something you would have reviewed and considered at the time?
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, what is the next in order?
A,
I'm sorry?
2A's.
2A's. I need to put it on a flash drive. Can I just show it and then?
That's fine. Yeah, we'll get to it.
She may be, well, I mean, I actually have one small.
Okay.
C. Show the witness what is previously marked as Defense Exhibit X. There is a stipulation that this can be admitted as a business record, that it is the spring 2003 schedule for Carlos Reales Dominguez.
Okay. Mr. Demora?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just one moment.
While you're doing that, let me just advise the jury. Throughout the course of the trial, from time to time, the parties stipulate to something, and when they stipulate to it, you, the jury, must accept that. You don't get to question a fact and so forth. In this example, I guess the parties have stipulated that the document we're going to see marked as Defense Exhibit X is Carlos Reales Dominguez school schedule for the spring semester of that'd be 2023, his junior year. That's what we're looking at.
Now, ma'am, have you ever actually seen this document?
No.
Do you recognize what it is, though, in general?
Yes.
Is it the schedule for Mr. Reales? There's a stipulation, it's the schedule of Mr. Reales Dominguez in spring of 2023. So I'm scrolling down. You see it says PSC 140, developmental psychology?
Yes.
So is that one of, assuming this is a schedule, would that be one of his classes?
Yes, it could be.
If you want us to look at it, you'll have to zoom, right? I mean, you're publishing it, so, yeah.
Problem is I zoom.
I mean, if you want to use it as a tool for the witness, that's your choice too.
On there, it just throws on me.
No, I know the feeling. Sorry.
not gonna have you look at the small print, okay? Just look at the big print right there. So it shows a class of PSC 140, Developmental Psychology. That means Mondays and Wednesdays from 6:10 p.m. to 8 p.m. in California Hall, room 110.
Yes.
Scrolling down, shows he's also taking a class PSC 130, Human Memory. You see that?
Yes.
And that means Tuesdays and Thursdays from 1:40 to 3 p.m. in Kleber Hall, room 003 for lecture.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And it meets on Tuesdays from 3:10 to 4 p.m. in Wellman Hall, room 007 for discussion.
Yes.
Do you know what's the difference between a lecture and discussion?
Yes.
What is it?
A lecture is when the teacher's doing a big conversation to introduce the material to students, the typical, lecture. And then the discussion is like a smaller group of students getting together to discuss it in more detail.
And are all these, the locations, the halls we've referenced so far, are they on the UC Davis campus?
Yes.
Going down, says he's taking a ENL 003 Introduction to Literature, Mondays and Wednesdays from 4:10 p.m. to 6 p.m. in Wellman Hall, room 027.
Yes.
So after April 28th, he was no longer enrolled in these classes, correct?
Correct. He should have been, registrar's office should have dropped him from those classes.
Is there a reason why a person who has been dropped from their classes, effective April 28th, would then still go to some of those classes after April 28th?
I have known students to do it for different reasons.
Could one of those reasons be they don't know they've been dropped?
Sure, if they're not responding to emails, and there is a possibility they did not see the emails.
And did you or anyone in your office ever receive any response from Carlos Reales Dominguez after Ms. Fernandez sent that email on April 25th?
Not that I'm aware of.
Ma'am, my final question, we were shown Mr. Reales Dominguez's transcript yesterday, and some of it had a WA on it. Do you know what WA means? Does that mean withdrawn from the class?
I believe so.
I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, counsel. And then, Mr. Vanderhook, do you have questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I have some questions about kind of the messaging options that students have going back and forth with different offices at UC Davis. How do you make an appointment? What's the process for that?
With our office,
Yes.
to make an appointment with the Biology Academic Success Center, a student needs to get onto our BASC website, click on an appointment, and log in with their Kerberos and schedule an appointment. Put all the information in that they're prompted in to pick an appointment that's available.
So is there like a BASC specific website, or do they just log into their UC Davis student portal?
There's a BASC specific website.
So would you need to log into the BASC specific website to do that?
Yes.
And so, what is Schedule Builder?
Schedule Builder is the tool that students utilize to register for classes.
And is Schedule Builder different than the portal used for communicating with BASC?
Yes.
Where do you log in to get the schedule?
I'm going to object outside scope.
That's sustained.
is that a separate login than the Basque login?
Objection, outside scope.
Sustain.
So when a student is logging into Basque, what kind of login process is needed?
So they'll be prompted for their Kerberos and password. They'll probably also have to do an approval through the Duo app.
What's the Duo app?
Ooh, Duo is just the security app that confirms it's you. So once you log in, you will get a message on your phone through the Duo app asking you to confirm that you are trying to log into your Kerberos on campus.
That's like the two-factor authentication?
Yes.
You were asked about the appeals, the appeal for Mr. Dominguez and the approval or denial of that appeal. Do you know when that was processed, when the approval or denial took place?
I do not know the exact date.
So if the email went out on April 25th of 2023, can you give us a ballpark of how soon after, or soon before
It would have
would
been
be?
probably a couple weeks before.
Yeah, listen, I don't want you to speculate, but if you have a general understanding about when decisions are made before the emails go out, you can answer.
Okay. So when the process starts, my advising team has about 2 weeks to make first and second decisions. So the first reviewer would have been Millie or Tori, and the second reviewer, Millie or Tori. Once they get their 2 weeks, then I kick in. Once they're sent into my portal, usually in the second, third week of the process, that's when I make my decisions.
When you're deciding appeals, is it everyone in the same room just having a vote, or is it that each person is in their office making an individual decision and then they're kind of put together, or you look at what the vote was that way?
So everybody makes their decision on their own. And if they have any questions, we do what's called like hallway meetings where we'll message each other and discuss, why did you choose this? Why did you choose that? So, but they're not in the same room unless they choose to have that hallway meeting.
If somebody is having issues making appointments with Basque, is there a way that they can send a request or ticket to Basque?
Yes.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 83. Could you take a look at that for me, please?
Sure. Okay.
I'm looking at People's 83. Can you tell what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a ticket that was sent in to our CBS undergrad's email address and responded by my front desk advisor.
And so it's your department that handles this?
Yes.
Okay. Retrieve that for me. Thank you. And so does UC Davis maintain records of these requests that come into them?
Or does our ticket system retain them?
Yes.
It does. I'm not sure for how long.
Okay. Is the record of them made in the regular course of business at UC Davis?
Yes.
And is the record created at or near the time that these messages are taking place?
Yes.
And are they coming through your UC Davis system?
Yes.
May I publish?
Okay.
And so from the top here of the ticket, can you see, I'm going to zoom in as much as possible. Can you see who is making the request here?
Yes.
And who is making the request?
Carlos Dominguez.
Zooming out. So are you able to see what the request was, what the ticket was?
Yes.
And what's the ticket?
Carlos has emailed my ticket system because they are blocked from our appointment system. It looks like they tried to schedule an appointment, but they were not able to. They get blocked when they have missed a certain number of appointments without, like, no call, no show.
Now, zooming in on the time that this happens, can you tell what the date and time of this ticket regarding being blocked on the ticketing system is?
April 19th, 2023 at 11:58:22 seconds. I assume that's 11:58 a.m.
So, going down, can you see this post by Terry Zamora?
Yes.
Who's that?
My front desk advisor.
And so, I don't need it word for word, but essentially what is Terry Zamora's reply?
She's letting them know that the reason why they were blocked from the appointment system and what they need to do in the future.
And so, from here, can we tell the date and time that that's taking place?
April 19th, 2023 at 3:06 and 8 seconds.
All right, and because it's in military time, we can tell that that's PM, correct?
Correct.
And so based on that time, we can look back and see that this first time would have been indicated, correct?
Correct.
So going down to the response, do you see response by Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
And what's the date and time of that response?
April 20th, 2023 at 8:30, 28 seconds a.m.
So in addition to having issues with advising, is there other issues that students can run into that they can submit these kind of tickets, requests for assistance or counseling kind of issues?
Everything.
Let me hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as People's 84. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Okay.
What is People's 84?
This is the student messaging within their inside my UC Davis portal, their student portal.
Like the last ticketing things that we look at, is this also something that's made in the regular course of business at UC Davis?
Objection, foundation, and outside scope.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with this messaging system?
Objection, outside scope.
Sustained.
Yeah. Your Honor, I don't have any additional questions, but I would request that this witness be ordered back on June 2nd at 9:30.
Ms. McLean, June 2nd at 9:30, are you available?
I need to secure childcare, but I can try and do that.
Okay.
I'm on maternity leave from work right now
Okay.
with the newborn.
Listen, we want to accommodate you.
Mhm.
Okay, but it sounds like the people want to subpoena you. I have the power to order directly back, so I want to do it at a date and time that's convenient.
No, I mean, I'm on maternity leave. Nothing's really convenient right now, but we don't have childcare, but I will ask my husband to take off work.
Well, we have flexibility. That's what I'm trying to suggest we have flexibility, but I
Okay.
can't communicate with you regarding
Yeah.
that. So can she get a contact person so we can work on a date that works for her?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you approach briefly?
Yeah, that's fine. All right, just a moment, folks. Okay, off record. One question, Mr. Vanderhook,
Yes.
thereabouts.
Thank you, Your Ma'am, we were talking about the badge system and how you log in for that. Is that a separate login than when people are logging into the UC Davis website to get to Schedule Builder?
Yes.
And so is it different websites that you go to log in for each to do the respective activities?
Correct.
All right. I don't have anything further, Your Honor, and I don't need her order back anymore.
Okay, all right, we've got that sorted out. I appreciate the cooperation by counsel. Okay, Ms. McLean?
Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Oh, yeah, sure, go ahead.
You said different websites. They're all websites that can be accessed off the UC Davis website?
Well, yes, I believe so.
Okay.
So, like our website will be like a subset of the UC Davis website. It'll link to it, but yes, they all link from the main UC Davis website.
Okay, so all of these websites, you can start at the UC Davis website and get there.
Yes.
I have nothing for that.
Okay, great. So, Ms. McLean, I want to thank you for your time today. I want to wish you well, and
Thank
I
you.
want to wish you well on your leave.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness?
I do. The defense calls Nathan Reales Dominguez.
Okay, thank you. We're good. All right, good afternoon. Come on in. Thank you for being here. And just go ahead and stand there. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm the judge presiding over the trial. So I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you. And after you take that oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. And we have two lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then, Deputy, I think I have an exhibit on the stand. Grab that. Mr. Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Nathan Riego. Nathan is going to be Nathan. Last name is Riego space DE space DIOS.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct exam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How old are you?
23.
What do you currently do for a living?
I'm a UC Davis student and I work at Panda.
Panda Express?
Yes, sir.
What year are you at UC Davis?
My 5th year.
What is your major?
NPB, it stands for Neurology, Physiology, and Behavior.
When did you begin UC Davis?
2021.
Was it 2021 or was it 2020?
Could have been, it's 2020, sorry.
What year did you attend high school?
Yes, sir.
What high school did you attend?
Montgomery High.
But hold on just a moment. You don't need to lean in. We're picking you up fine on the
Okay.
mic. Yeah, I appreciate you're trying to do it, but you can just talk normal.
Yes, sir.
Awesome, and thank you. Go ahead.
And is that in Monterey County?
Yes, sir. Bad habit, bad habit.
What year did you graduate from high school?
2020.
Did you play football in high school?
Yes, sir.
What positions did you play on the Monterey high school football team?
Safety and receiver.
How did you guys do your senior year? How many wins, how many losses?
We did okay. We did okay.
Did you get past 500?
No.
When you began UC Davis, where did you live when you arrived in September of 2020?
In the dorms.
Did you have a roommate?
No.
Was this during COVID?
Yes, sir.
Did everybody have single rooms at this time?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall which specific dorm you lived in?
I don't recall.
Okay. And how were you attending classes during fall of 2020?
Through Zoom.
So where would you sit when you attended your Zoom classes?
In my dorm.
By yourself?
Yes, sir.
When you were dreaming about going to college, was this the freshman experience you had anticipated?
I didn't know what to expect, to be honest.
Did living in a single dorm, single room, and 10 classes on Zoom, did that make it difficult to meet people?
I would say so, but I tried to put myself out there and meet people.
So you made an effort to meet people?
Yes, sir.
Did you meet someone named Kaylee Gallardo?
Yes, sir.
How did you meet Kaylee?
I believe she was living in the dorms that I was living in.
Do you recall when you met her specifically?
It had to be within the first 2 weeks I was there.
And did the two of you become friends?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you meet someone by the name of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes, sir.
Did he become a friend of yours?
Yes, sir.
Do you see Mr. Reales Dominguez in court today?
Yes, sir.
The young man seated to my left?
Yes, sir.
When did you meet how did you meet Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I met him through a Zoom class. He mentioned that he played football, and I asked him if he wanted to throw the football around.
How did he mention during class that he played football? Was this at a break, or what happened?
It was one of those like icebreaker questions, and he mentioned it through there.
Was it a situation where the professor was asking people to say something about themselves?
Yes, sir.
So how did you communicate with him after hearing that he played football? How did you communicate with him and ask him, do you want to throw the football around?
I believe we exchanged numbers or social media, and from there, that's how we communicated.
Did you communicate over send a message through the Zoom meeting, or did you do it some other way?
That's how it started, yeah.
Were you the first person to reach out, or did he reach out?
I reached out.
Do you recall if during the meeting or Zoom meeting he mentioned what he played in high school football, what position?
I don't recall.
So when you asked him if he wanted to throw the football around, how did he respond?
He just said, yeah, sure.
Did the two of you ultimately meet up?
Yes, sir.
Did you toss the football around?
Yes, sir.
And did the two of you become friends?
Yes, sir.
When you first met Mr. Reales, what was it that caused you to become friends? Was there a shared experience, a shared interest, if you can recall?
We just bonded through like throwing the football around. I saw him as a good friend. And yeah.
And did the two of you spend time together in social activities?
Yes.
So I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 01. So do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Who is depicted in this photograph?
Myself and Carlos.
And this is dated October 21st, 2020. Do you recall where this photograph was taken?
Somewhere in Davis.
How long had you been a student at UC Davis on October 21st of 2020?
I would say at least a month or two.
Does the UC Davis quarter system begin in September or August for the fall quarter?
September.
What, in addition to throwing the football around and going going to a restaurant in Davis. What else do you recall doing with Mr. Reales Dominguez when you first met? And the time period I'm talking about is the first quarter, fall of 2020. What sort of activities do you recall doing?
Playing video games would be one, and just taking notes and doing homework together.
Can you describe his personality when you first met him? Again, I'm focusing on the fall of 2020. How would you describe his personality?
Yeah, he seemed like a normal kid. At times he was quiet. At times he was talkative. He was a good kid when knowing him.
And you consider yourself a kid at that time too, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see him smile?
Yes.
Did you see him laugh?
Yes.
Did you see him joke around?
Yes.
Did you see him show emotion?
Yes.
How about when you're playing video games? Did you see him show emotion?
Yes.
What video games did you and Mr. Reales Dominguez enjoy playing together?
We enjoyed playing Call of Duty.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as. Did you ever play Fortnite?
Yes.
Are those popular games among people in your age group, Call of Duty and Fortnite?
I would say so.
Are they extremely popular games?
Yeah.
I'd like to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 03. Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
You see yourself in that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who is the young woman who you are hugging in this photograph?
Her name was Miranda.
Was Miranda a friend of yours?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever date Miranda?
No, sir.
Recall where this photograph was taken?
I believe the pavilion structure.
Do you recall the events that you were taking part in that night? Where you went?
I don't remember.
In this photo, it's kind of hard to see with the light, but the four of you appear to be dressed up. Did you notice anything unusual about Mr. Reales Dominguez's hygiene or the way he dressed? I mean, did he seem clean?
Yes, sir.
Did he wear clean clothes?
Yes, sir.
Have you, in your life, been around someone who you can tell is wearing dirty clothes or has body odor?
I would say so.
When you first met Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you ever observe any sort of behavior like that?
No.
At some point, did Carlos begin dating Kaylee Gallardo?
Yes.
Do you recall? Were you present when they first met, if you recall?
Yes.
How did they meet?
We were all close friends, and when I met Carlos, I had brought Carlos to meet Kaylee and our friend group, and that's how we all kind of met.
How many kids were in this friend group?
I would say 4 altogether.
Who would you, including yourself?
Yes, sir.
So you have yourself, Carlos, Kaylee, who else?
The other person would be Miranda.
And did the 4 of you enjoy doing things together?
Yes.
Did you ever have the opportunity to play any sports with Mr. Reales Dominguez? Basketball, volleyball, anything like that?
Yeah, basketball. We played basketball a couple times.
Do you recall where you played basketball?
It was in a court in Davis, on campus.
Are you familiar with Sycamore Park?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the stabbing that Mr. Reales Dominguez is now charged with?
Yes.
Have you ever been to Sycamore Park while you were a student at UC Davis, or the school immediately next to Sycamore Park?
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Reales Dominguez ever play basketball at that school, if you recall?
Yes.
On how many occasions do you think you played basketball at that school?
I would say at least like 2 times.
Were you a basketball player in high school too, or just football?
I played basketball freshman year.
Okay. And then after that, you focused on football?
Yes, sir.
I had the same experience. Were either you and Mr. Reales Dominguez particularly talented basketball players?
We were okay.
You're okay. But when you played with him, was there anything unusual about how he walked, how he ran, how he dribbled that struck you as unusual? This person moves really weird.
No, sir.
At some point, do you recall taking a trip with Mr. Reales Dominguez to the American River?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who went on that trip?
Yes, sir.
Who did?
Kaylee was there. Calvin was there. Cynthia was there.
Who is Calvin?
He was one of our close friends that we met through Davis.
And who is Cynthia?
His girlfriend.
Calvin's girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 06. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
Who's in that photo?
Myself and Carlos.
What are you standing on?
A bridge.
And what is below that bridge?
Water.
How high up are you?
Oh, we're pretty high.
Now, I'd like to back up. When you first met Carlos in the fall of 2020, describe his build. Was it skinny, normal, heavy? How would you describe his build when you first met him?
I would say normal.
At some point, did he gain some weight that year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at this photo, does Carlos appear to be a little bit heavier than you are in terms of physique?
Yes, sir.
And if you know, approximately how much did you weigh in April of 2020, if you know? April of 2021, I apologize. So this would have been the spring of your freshman year.
I look like between 150 and 170.
Does your weight fluctuate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does Carlos appear to be heavier than you in that photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you jump off the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Did Carlos ultimately jump off the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Did he require any convincing from you to jump off the bridge?
No, sir.
Was it a fun trip?
It was a fun trip.
Now, did you live in a single dorm all through your freshman year?
Yes, sir.
Did you and Carlos become closer friends throughout the year?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to show you what's been marked, Defense Exhibit 07. Do you recognize who is in this photo?
Yes, sir.
Starting left to right, is that Cynthia?
Yes, sir.
And the gentleman in the Yankees shirt, who is that?
Calvin.
Is Calvin a Yankees fan?
I'm not sure.
And then the gentleman with the White Sox hat, who's that?
Myself.
Are you a White Sox fan?
No.
Just like the hat?
Yes, sir.
And then who are the two people to your left?
Carlos and Kaylee.
At this point in June, had Carlos kind of lost some of the weight he gained?
I would say so.
At some point, did you and Carlos have discussions about being roommates the following year?
Yes.
How did that come about?
It was mutual. We all kind of decided that we wanted to live with each other.
Does living by yourself throughout your freshman year, could that get depressing at times?
For me, no.
Okay. But did you make a decision that you wanted to have roommates your second year?
Yeah.
And if you recall, you said it was a mutual decision. Did Carlos propose it? Did you propose it, if you recall?
It was a mutual. We all decided.
Approximately what point of your freshman year did you make a decision to room together, approximately?
I would say towards the end.
Were there other individuals who you approached also about renting or sharing a home together?
No.
So when you and Carlos decided to room together, what steps did either you take or he take to find a place to live?
I didn't really take much part in that. Our roommate Calvin kind of handled all that.
So was Calvin involved in the initial, when you decided to room together, was that a three-person decision with Calvin as well?
There was a fourth person, but yeah.
Did it begin as a four-person, or did it begin as a three-person and then a fourth person was brought in?
Like that, yeah. Third person and then a fourth person was brought in.
So the initial three who agree they want to live together, who were those three people?
Myself, Calvin, Carlos.
And all three of you were part of the same friend group.
Yes, sir.
Who was the fourth individual who ultimately was approached?
His name was Jared.
Okay. You know Jared's last name?
No.
How did Jared get involved in this? Who knew Jared?
I believe either Calvin or Cynthia.
Was Jared a part of your friend group in freshman year?
No.
Ultimately, what apartment complex did you share with Carlos your sophomore year? Where was that apartment located?
It was called Parkside Apartments.
Who found that apartment, if you know?
Calvin.
After the spring term ended, did you go back to Monterey for the summer?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any contact with Carlos over the summer, if you recall?
We probably had a phone call regarding the apartment living, but besides that, that was pretty much it.
So the next time you saw Carlos would that have been when you came back in the fall?
Yes, sir.
And if you recall, generally when would you return to campus for fall classes?
I would say August 2021.
Do you recall moving into the apartment? Do you have memories of that?
Yes, sir.
Was Carlos moving in at the same time, or did he move in later, if you recall?
He moved in a little bit later.
When you came back, when Carlos came back for the start of the fall term, you back up. Before leaving for summer break, had you observed any changes in Carlos's behavior or physical appearance that caused you any concern?
No.
When you left for the summer, did you still consider him to be a close friend?
Yeah.
Were you looking forward to living with him the next year?
Yeah.
Now let's fast forward to fall of 2021. When you move into the apartment at the Parkside Apartments, do you notice any changes in Carlos?
I would say appearance, yes.
So this is the first day you're moving and you notice a change in appearance?
Yes.
What change did you notice?
His hair was longer, and he seemed to be a little bit thinner.
At that point, you would describe it as just a little bit thinner?
Yes.
But beyond that, having longer hair and being a little bit thinner, did you notice anything else different at that point when you first moved in?
No.
Sir, during your second year, were classes still online, or would you then have to go to classes?
We have to go to classes now.
And were you working or doing anything else during your second year?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing?
I was working and getting into boxing.
So did you have as much time on your hands as you did your freshman year?
No.
Did you and Carlos, let's start with just a fall order, did you continue to do things as friends, once again, the fall of 2021?
Yes.
What things would you continue to do?
We started picking up playing chess.
How frequently, though, would you play chess?
I say when we would hang out, that's something we would do.
At some point over the freshman year, excuse me, sophomore year, did you see behavior in Carlos that caused you concern?
Yes, sir.
What did you observe?
I have observed him talking to himself.
When we say talking to himself, you know, even healthy people,
Yeah, yeah.
busy and thinking what they have to do may talk to themselves. Is that what you're referring to, or was it something different?
It was something different.
Describe what you would see.
I would just see him look like have a conversation with himself. There was no words. It was more of like him moving his mouth.
Approximately when did you first see this, where he's moving his mouth, but no words are coming out?
I'd say towards the middle.
So sometime in the middle of your
School year, yeah.
When he was, describe how he was moving his lips. Was it like he was talking?
Yes, sir.
Were any words coming out of his mouth?
Not that I could hear.
If you recall, what would he be looking at when you would see him doing this?
Kind of just like around himself.
How many times did you see him do this?
I would say a handful of times.
What's your definition of a handful?
More than 5.
And so this began in the middle of your sophomore year. Did it continue throughout the time you lived together?
I would say yes.
When you saw that, and you saw it again and again, how did that make you feel?
Confused and uncomfortable.
You said, why did it make you feel uncomfortable?
I've never seen anyone do that before.
Sir, did you previously testify in a prior hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes.
Do you recall testifying that what you saw freaked you out?
Yeah.
Why did it freak you? What about it freaked you out?
It gave me an eerie feeling.
Did it occur to you that Carlos may have a mental illness?
I knew something was off.
But you didn't know what?
Yes, sir.
At that time, you're talking, had you ever heard of schizophrenia before?
No.
Had you received any sort of training or education recognizing symptoms of mental illness?
No.
In addition to seeing him moving his lips, in other words, do you see any other changes in him over the course of the year you lived together?
I would say he began to be more thinner.
So he was a little bit thinner when he began the year. What did you see in terms of his weight over the remaining course of the year?
He became very thin.
Did it get to a point where he was thinner than you?
Yes.
Did it get to a point where he was noticeably thinner than you?
Yes.
Did you see any changes in his personality?
No.
When you observe this behavior about moving the lips, did that affect how you interacted with Carlos?
Yes.
How did it affect that?
I didn't feel comfortable around him.
Did it scare you?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Carlos about what you observed?
No.
Why not?
I didn't know how to approach that situation.
Did you stop reaching out to Carlos to do things?
Yes.
Did he reach out to you?
No.
When you began the year, you still consider yourself good friends, correct?
Yeah.
At some point, did you transfer from being good friends to just roommates?
Yes, sir.
When did that approximately occur in your mind?
I would say the middle of the school year.
At some point, did you and Carlos stop communicating at all?
Our third year.
Once you started observing this behavior when he appeared to be talking and no one was there, and you started withdrawing, how much contact would you have with him at all?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So, middle of the year, you start seeing him talking when no one's there, or moving his lips when no one's there, and you start kind of stop reaching out to him. How much contact at all did you have going forward from that point?
Quite a bit.
Would it just be passing in the house?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to do things together?
We would still play chess.
Even after you saw the lips?
Yes, sir.
So the weight loss, the moving of the lips, anything else you observed that either caused you concern at the time or in retrospect seemed unusual to you?
Yes.
What else?
There was an incident where he had punches through a door.
Did you personally observe Carlos punch holes in the door?
No.
Was it a door in your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Whose door was it?
His door.
And were you present when he punched or when the holes were made?
Yes.
But you didn't see it?
No.
Where were you?
I was in the living room.
And what did you hear?
Just a loud banging.
Approximately what point was this in your sophomore year, if you recall?
The middle of the year.
And so this was the time where you were seeing the lip movement?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you heard the banging?
I went over there and asked him what had happened.
And is it yes or no? Did he give you a response?
No.
What was the door made of?
Wood.
Okay. It's one thing to punch a hole through sheetrock. Describe the hole in the door.
There was a lot of holes.
In the door?
Yes, sir.
When it was solid wood?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see what instrument caused the holes? You just saw the holes?
Yes, sir.
How many holes were there?
I would say more than 5.
And was Mr. Reales ever able to give you an explanation for what caused the holes?
No.
Did that cause you concern?
Yes.
What was his demeanor immediately after you hear the banging and see the holes and he can't explain? You recall what his demeanor was?
Like emotionless.
Emotionless?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
He didn't know how to he didn't have no expression.
So, a blank.
Yeah, like a blank face.
Was that common for the young man you knew freshman year to have just a blank, expressionless face?
I'd say no.
So, weight loss, moving the lips and the doors. Did you notice any decline in his hygiene at all?
No.
Well, would it be fair to say you weren't really focused on his hygiene?
Yes.
At some point, did you make a decision that you did not want to live with Carlos Reales Dominguez the following year?
Yes.
When did you make that decision?
Towards the middle and end of that school year.
Did you ever communicate that to him, or was it just, I'm just not going to do it?
Yeah, just to myself.
And did he ever reach out to you to ask if you wanted to stay roommates?
No.
And so, do you recall moving out of the apartment?
Yes.
When did you move out of the apartment?
I don't remember when.
Would it have been sometime around the start of your junior year?
Around there, yes. A little bit before.
Do you remember, sir, where this apartment was located in terms of the overall Parkside Apartments?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a map of the Parkside Apartments, would you recall where your apartment is located?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit P. Sir, do you recognize what is depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a map around Parkside Apartments.
And you have a laser pointer up there. Can you indicate where your apartment was, the one you shared with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Look around there.
So you're kind of on the south side apartments, kind of in the middle?
Yes, sir.
Did your apartment, the windows face out into this parking lot here? On the
Yes,
south side?
yes, sir.
If you recall, were there railroad tracks near the Parkside Apartments?
Yes, sir.
Can you see them on this, exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Can you use a laser pointer to indicate where they are? And.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are those the tracks that run north and south through downtown Davis?
I believe so.
Did Carlos have a cat? when he lived
Yes.
with you?
Yes.
Did he get that cat at the start of the time you were living together?
Yes.
You remember that cat's name?
Yes.
What was the cat's name?
Ember.
Going back to the beginning of the year, did you ever have an opportunity to observe Carlos interacting with the cat?
Yes.
Describe, once again, at the beginning, when he first got Ember, describe what you would see in terms of how he interacted with the cat.
He was playful with the cat.
based on what you observed, that he appeared to have bonded with the cat?
Yes.
Was it still a kitten when he got hurt?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you notice any change in how he interacted with the cat?
No.
When you moved out, did Mr. Reales Dominguez move out the same day, before you, after you, if you recall?
After.
So when you packed up your belongings and left, did you ever speak to Carlos Reales Dominguez after that?
No.
Did you ever see him in person after that?
No.
Did his, during the entire time he lived with you, did his weight continue to decrease?
Yes.
How about his hair? Did it change over the time?
It got longer.
How would you describe his physical appearance the last time you saw him when you moved out? How would you describe his physical appearance at that time?
Long hair, really thin.
You were aware that he had been a high school football player?
Yes.
Did he still have the physical build of a football player?
No.
When you first met him, did he have a muscular build?
Yeah.
Did he still have that build when you moved out?
No.
So after did he ever text you or call you after you moved out?
No.
Did you ever call or text him?
No.
And at some point, you became aware that he had been arrested for 2 counts of murder and attempted murder?
Yes.
Did you learn about that in the media?
Yes, sir.
And we asked you previously, did you have to testify at a prior hearing back in July of 2023?
Yes, sir.
And did you see Mr. Reales Dominguez in court when you testified?
Yes, sir.
Was that the first time you'd seen him since you moved out?
Yes, sir.
Based on your memory, describe how he appeared when you saw him in court.
He looked out of it.
Okay. What do you mean he looked out of it?
He didn't look the same.
Based on your memory, I think we may have been in a different courtroom, but when you saw him, were you sitting on the witness stand and he was seated at a table to my left?
Yes, sir.
What did his hair look like when you saw him?
Long.
And you notice anything about it? Was it pulled back? Was it combed? What about his hair that you saw?
It was just like all over the place.
Recall how he looked in terms of his physical build.
He looked really thin.
Did he look even thinner than he'd been when you last saw him?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what he was wearing when you saw him in court?
Yes, sir.
What was he wearing?
Like a stray jacket?
Straight jacket, we think of like tied behind your back. Can you describe the article of clothing you saw him wearing?
Objection, relevance. 352.
Sustained.
Did you observe any emotion?
Yeah, no emotion.
Did you even see him move during that hearing that you testified?
I wasn't looking at him, no.
But you did see him?
Yes.
Could you even see his eyes?
No.
At any point did he appear to even look at you?
No.
And seeing your former friend in that condition, how'd that make you feel?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Sir, you already described how he looked when you last saw him. When you saw him in court, did he look worse than the last time you saw him?
There's some relevance.
We're getting,
That's my last question.
that's fine, you can answer.
Yeah, he did.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. All right, Mr. Demora, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, you roomed with Mr. Dominguez from the summer of 2021 to about the summer of 2022.
Yes, sir.
When the two of you stopped rooming together during the summer of 2022, you both moved to different different residences, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that Mr. Reales Dominguez moved to a residence on Hawthorne.
Yes.
And at no point after the two of you were no longer roommates did you go and visit with him or communicate with him.
Yes.
During that time that you were roommates, did the two of you have any classes together?
No.
And so the only interactions you had were when you were at your apartment, living together or socializing outside of that.
Yes. I'm sorry. It was before that he had moved in, and then I'd seen him before. It was before the third year.
Okay, you saw him. So once you go into your third year, and that's 2022 to 2023.
Yes.
Did you see him during that school year?
No.
Now, you were asked on direct examination whether when you knew Mr. Reales Dominguez, whether he showed emotion. You remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And as part of showing emotion, did you ever see him angry?
No.
And did you ever see him upset?
No.
Now, you remember that you were interviewed by an investigator back in May of 2023 after Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested?
Yes, sir.
You remember giving a statement to that investigator?
Yes.
And when you gave that statement, you said that Mr. Reales Dominguez did, however, talk about times where you either saw Mr. Reales Dominguez becoming angry and punching doors or walls. You remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
And that was your recollection of things you observed about Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes, sir.
And so when you said that you had seen Mr. Reales Dominguez become angry, you had in fact at that time remembered him becoming angry during the times you were friends.
Yes.
And so when I asked if you saw him express emotion, I'll ask again, do you recall instances where he appeared angry and upset?
That one situation, yeah.
Right. And so that one situation we're talking about is the one where you said that two of you were at the apartment and you heard a bang, and then you go inspect his door and there are holes in it.
Yes, sir.
Prior to hearing that bang, so we're going to jump to that situation where you saw the door. Prior to hearing that bang, had you and Mr. Reales Dominguez interacted that day?
Yes.
Was there anything about that day, to your recollection, that you can pinpoint that says this set him off?
No.
At the time, and actually, let me step back for a second. When did you say this happened during that year you were living together?
I'd say towards the middle.
About what month?
I don't remember.
Was it after 2022 in the spring or winter?
It had to be in between that.
At the time, you knew Mr. Reales Dominguez was having some troubles with school, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was, to what you saw, that was stressing him out a little bit.
Yes.
And at the time, he was dating Kaylee Guillory, correct?
Correct.
And from what you could tell, what you knew, they weren't doing all that great, right?
I wasn't in their business, to be honest.
And you knew eventually that they broke up.
Yeah.
And as friends, as people, when we have friends who break up, we tend to go back and look at the relationship to see if there were any indicators of trouble, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that in this case?
No.
But you knew at least that he had the school stressors going on.
Yes, sir.
And you were aware that he had a difficult major, correct?
Correct.
And he was in the hard sciences too.
Correct.
And safe to say, when we say hard sciences, we're referring to a specific type of science, but they're actually really hard, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to take OChem and all those things.
Yep.
Stuff that we over here tend to avoid. That's why we're here, right? So, what you observed, the two of you, did you study together when you were at the house?
Yeah.
It seemed that with the hard sciences and the classes you're taking, Mr. Reales Dominguez was having difficulty with those concepts.
I'm not sure.
Now, when you saw, moving back to when you went and inspected this door, and so when you inspected the door, you were already aware that there were some stressors in Mr. Dominguez's life, correct?
Correct.
And you said you saw about 5 holes in the door.
Yes, sir.
You're aware that the internal doors of most houses or most apartments are like hollow. You can knock on them, you can kind of hear through them.
Yes, sir.
And so it's wood, but it's not a heavy wood, right?
Correct.
Like not like the wood on the witness stand.
Correct. Correct.
And so when you saw these holes, were these holes that went straight through the door, or those like indentation and craters?
Craters, yeah.
Now, you talked about his reaction or his lack of reaction to that, but were you concerned about whether there were some stressors or other things and Mr. Dominguez was reacting to those?
I was just scared.
That's not something you had seen before with Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Correct.
Now, was that before or after you first observed him when you were talking about he was sort of like whispering words to himself?
Objection to state's testimony.
Or like moving his mouth?
It was around like the same time.
So when you made those observations, so I'm going to shift to when you saw him, what appeared to be him talking to himself, you said that you couldn't tell what, if anything, he was saying, right?
Correct.
But he was, if I have this correct, he was kind of just looking around himself, like looking around the room.
Correct.
Now, when he was doing that, he never lashed out at anything, like never started swinging at anything in the room?
No.
Never got physically violent in that situation?
No.
Never said anything that could be construed as a threat or violence?
No.
But even after you saw that, you were still able to play chess with him, correct?
Correct.
And when you played chess with him, he was engaged in moving the pieces.
Correct.
And who won most of the time?
It would go back and forth.
Back and forth. So he could actually sit for an entire game of chess and move the knight and the rook and beat you at times.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me stop you there. All right, Mr. Riego de Dios, we have a few more questions for you. We've been going for a while, so we're going to take
Yeah.
a mid-afternoon break. So,
Okay.
15-minute break.
Sure.
Okay, I'll see you back
Okay.
here. All right, thank you to the jury. Our afternoon break will be in session until 4:30 today. Do not discuss this case, do not form any opinions, and do not research. We'll see it in 15 minutes. Thank you, folks. Thank you, counsel. Off the break. Let's continue cross-examination. Mr. Moore.
Great, thank you, sir. Now, where we left off was, we were talking about when Mr. Reales Dominguez, or you observed him, we were looking around the room. In those instances, you never saw him get violent, correct?
No.
And when you make those observations, when you see him, it would last for a short period of time, and then he'd go back to doing whatever it is he was doing as a friend you knew him at that time.
Yes, sir.
And that would include having conversations with you,
Yes, sir.
playing chess,
Yes, sir.
doing household activities,
Yes, sir.
going to class,
Yes, sir.
working on schoolwork.
Yes, sir.
About the year that you lived together, you saw that on about roughly 5 occasions.
Yes, sir.
During the course of your day, regular day on average, because you had different schedules, right? You would see each other for about how many hours a day?
I'd say like 1 to 3 hours a day.
Weekends, maybe a little bit more?
Less.
Less? He would go off with Kaylee, and you'd go off and also do social things?
Yes, sir.
But during the day, fair to say, the two of you kind of knew each other's schedules, right?
Yeah.
And so you knew when he would leave for school or have class.
No, actually, I wouldn't know when he had class.
But over the course of that year, because you have fall, winter, and spring quarters, you could see when he would leave, or excuse me, you start to notice when he would leave at kind of the same time.
Yeah.
And you as a student, when you have class, you generally leave at about the same time to get to campus.
Correct.
And at the time, you could reasonably assume when he was going to class or when he had class, right?
Yeah.
Did he ride a bike to school?
I believe so.
Sometimes you'd walk?
I'm not sure.
When talking about Mr. Reales Dominguez's struggles with school, the difficulty he was having, at times when you'd be studying with him or working on things, did it appear that he was slacking off to you?
No.
Did he ever keep late hours, like go out at night?
No.
During the time you spent together, you, as you mentioned, you guys were pretty good friends from freshman year into sophomore year. Obviously, that's why you're rooming together. Did you ever see him carry a knife?
No.
Did you ever see him with a knife, other than like a kitchen knife or something to make food?
No.
Now, you mentioned basketball, chess. Did you guys ever go to a park and throw knives?
No.
Did you ever express an interest in throwing knives?
No.
Did you guys ever carve in the trees or anything with knives?
No.
In the interactions you had with Mr. Reales Dominguez, when you go out, socialize, or just be out in general, did you ever see him wear a surgical mask or like COVID masks?
In the beginning, when COVID was happening, our first year, yes.
In your sophomore year, when you lived together, that had that stopped at that point?
Yes.
And by the time the two of you no longer roomed together, that had already completely stopped?
Yes.
I may have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mora. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
Yes. Sir, Mr. Moore asked you about a statement you gave to law enforcement when you said you saw Mr. Reales Dominguez get angry and punch a hole in a door. Were you referring to the one incident you testified to previously?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually see him punch the door?
No, sir.
And the door, what type of material was it made out of?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Are you familiar with what is called sheetrock?
No.
Are you familiar that there are some walls that if you punch or elbow or accidentally kick, it can leave a hole in the wall?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
On the other hand, if I were to go over and punch this brick wall,
Let's not do that.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
If I were to punch this brick wall, it's not going to make any impact on the wall, but it'll hurt my hand, right?
Yes.
Was this solid wood door or was it something else?
It was something else.
The holes you saw, did it appear to be from a fist,
I couldn't even tell. I couldn't even tell you.
but they weren't all the way through?
No. Yeah, they weren't all the way through.
You didn't observe Mr. Alla's hands bleeding or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever observe him have a broken hand or anything like that?
No, sir.
Now, when you say someone is angry, you've seen people when they're showing anger and emotion in their face. Did you see any emotion in Mr. Reales Dominguez's face when you heard the noise, saw the holes, and then tried to talk to him?
No, sir.
So, if you said he got angry, was that an assumption you were making?
Correct.
Did you see any emotion, behavior that caused you to believe he was angry, other than the fact that he punched holes?
Can you...
I guess, you saw a blank stare.
Correct.
Did he respond to your questions?
No.
Was he able to give you any information about why you did it?
No.
Okay. And so if you told an officer he got angry, was that just an assumption on your part?
Yes, sir.
You don't know why he punched the door.
No, sir.
Did you ever actually see Mr. Reales get angry in terms of showing emotion? Like you can tell someone is angry?
No, sir.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demore. Any final follow-up on that?
There.
Okay, Mr. Riego de Dios, thank you for your time and your patience with the court. Have a great day.
You too.
Yeah, thank you.
I have it subject to recall for evidentiary purposes.
Subject to recall, okay. All right, Mr. Hutchinson, do you have a witness?
Yes, defense calls Gladys Verdon.
Okay, let's get Gladys Burden. While we're waiting on that, I received 2 notes from the jury regarding scheduling. I'll address those notes with the lawyers and then get back to you. Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Come on in. Thank you for being here. If you could stand at the podium. I appreciate your patience with the court. So I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath, and then after you take the oath, I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. You have 2 lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that this testimony about to give will cause nothing but the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Keep it seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
First name Gladys, Gladis. Last name Verdin, Berdin.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hutchinson, direct examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Verdon.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I'm currently working 2 jobs. I'm a behavior technician and I work part-time at a restaurant,
And what restaurant do you work at?
Popeyes.
Popeyes.
Hmm?
Prior to beginning your career, did you attend college?
Yes.
What college did you attend?
I'm still attending. It's UC Davis
When did you begin UC Davis?
in 2021.
So are you currently a student and working 2 jobs?
Yes.
Prior to working at Popeyes, did you ever work at any other fast food restaurants in Davis?
Yes, Jack in the Box.
And where is the Jack in the Box in Davis located?
It's 337 G Street.
And when did you begin working at Jack in the Box in Davis?
It was October of 2022.
Was that your sophomore year of college?
Yes.
How many hours a week were you working at Jack in the Box once you started?
I would say around 20 to 25.
And were you also a full-time student?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit A.
Okay.
There on the screen. Ma'am, do you recognize, this is a satellite image, do you recognize the kind of area of Davis that this depicts? Try to zoom in, are you having trouble seeing?
Yeah.
Can you see G Street?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Up here, you kind of see a little red symbol.
Yes.
Is that Jack in the Box?
Yes.
Is that the Jack in the Box you work at?
Yes.
What shift would you work at the Jack in the Box?
I would work between either 2 to 10 or 4 to 12.
2 in the afternoon to 10 at night?
Correct.
Or 4 in the afternoon to midnight?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are there times when the Davis Jack in the Box gets particularly busy?
Yes.
When?
It would be the night shifts, midnight. Mm-hmm.
Is the Davis Jack in the Box around various drinking establishments?
Yes.
People commonly go to the Jack in the Box after leaving the drinking establishments.
Yes, 100%.
work at Jack in the Box?
I quit December 31st, so from my sophomore year to mostly senior, so like a good 2 years.
Do you have some good stories from working at Jack in the Box?
No.
I'd like to take your attention, draw your attention to the first day you went to Jack in the Box to begin work. Do you recall that day?
Yeah.
Were you, after you were hired, were you given a date to appear for your first day?
Yes.
What happened when, did you go to the Jack in the Box?
Yes.
What happened when you went through the door?
I entered, and since I didn't really know who was manager or like, I didn't know anybody, I waited in the lobby for like 15 to 20 minutes, and nobody came up to me.
Stop you there. Was there someone working or appeared to be working behind the counter who would have been in a position to see you standing there?
Yes.
Did you ultimately determine who that person was at a later time?
Yeah.
And what person was that?
The cashier, Carlos.
Carlos? By Carlos, do you mean Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Reales Dominguez sitting in court today?
Yes.
See the person, young man to my left?
Yes.
So, when you walk in, where do you go in terms of the front counter? Do you go up to the counter?
Yeah.
And are you able to see Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Is he dressed in a Jack in the Box uniform?
Yes.
Okay. And do you say anything to him? And what does he respond at all to you standing there?
No, he doesn't look my way or nothing.
How far were you standing from him?
I was in the very front, so yeah.
So, using this well kind of as a demonstration, assume you're standing at the counter. Point me, where would Mr. Reales Dominguez be in relation to you? So where should I move to?
Near the glass.
Right here?
Yeah, at the beginning of the class.
Okay, so you're standing at the counter, and does he look at you?
No.
What's he look at?
He's either taking orders, or when there was no orders, he would look at a wall.
He would what?
Look at a wall.
Look at a wall? So why, the first time you're there, waiting for someone to speak to you, did you see Mr. Reales Dominguez staring at a wall?
At first, no. He was taking orders.
Okay.
Yeah.
At some point after, did you expect that after he was done taking orders, he would speak to you?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He turned his body around and just started facing a wall yeah.
When you saw this, what did you think?
I was confused. I was like, is everybody going to help me?
Okay. Did you try saying anything to him, if you recall?
At first, no.
At some point, did you try saying anything to him?
No.
Why not?
I was confused. I didn't know what to do. Yeah.
Was the behavior strange to you?
Yeah.
At some point, did someone finally see you standing there?
Yeah.
Who was that?
It was the cook, the person in the back.
How long do you think you stood there before the cook finally acknowledged or saw you?
For at least a good 15 minutes. 15 to 20, definitely.
And this was the day you were supposed to start work?
Yes.
And can you explain, given that you were supposed to start work, and this person is just ignoring you, why didn't you say something to him like, excuse me, or can you help me? Why didn't you do that?
I feel like I should have, but he was very to himself, so I was kind of like, let me just wait for them to do something.
Did it make you uncomfortable?
No.
What did the cook do when was it he or she?
It was a she.
When the cook finally saw you, what did she do?
She just told me, oh, are you the new hire? And I said, yes. Then she brought me to the back, gave me my uniform. Yeah.
And did you begin working?
Yeah.
Do you recall, I don't want you to guess, but that first day, do you recall having any further interaction with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I did work with him, but I did not speak to him.
Did he say anything to you that day?
No.
Did anyone introduce you to him?
No.
Ultimately, did you come to learn what shifts Mr. Reales Dominguez worked?
No,
Did he work the same shift as you, or did they overlap?
they would overlap.
What shifts did he work?
He would work midnight shifts, so I would say starting around 10 p.m.
So how many hours would your shifts overlap?
It would be by 1 to 2 hours, 2 at most.
At some point, did anyone introduce you to him?
A coworker, yes.
Do you recall the first time you spoke to him?
No.
Did you ultimately learn his name?
Yes.
When you were working with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you ever see any behavior that was unusual?
Besides just the staring at the wall, he was just very quiet, very reserved.
Let's talk about the staring at the wall. You said you saw that the first day you worked.
Yeah.
Did you continue to see that on the other days you worked with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Okay, describe what you would see.
He would just be dozing off, body straight, just staring at a wall, literally not talking, doing anything.
You say body straight. What do you mean by that?
He wouldn't move at all.
So, would he be standing up straight? Where would his hands be?
Standing side by side.
So,
Straight
standing
down.
up straight, hands at his side.
And he would just be staring at the wall.
How long would he stare at the wall for?
Until he had to do something.
How regularly would you see him just standing straight, staring at a wall?
I feel like every shift that I had with him. Yeah.
I don't want you to tell what others told you, but did you ever have discussions with other coworkers about his behavior?
Like once.
Did other people observe the same behavior you observed?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to Mr. Reales Dominguez about what he was staring at?
No.
So how old were you at the time when you started working at Jack in the Box?
I think 19?
At that point, had you ever heard of schizophrenia?
No.
Had you had any training in recognizing symptoms of mental illness?
No.
So what did you think, just your own personal opinion, this person who's being very quiet and just stands perfectly straight staring at walls?
Yeah.
What did you think was going on?
At first I was like, maybe he's just more kept to himself, but then as the days passed and I would be seeing it periodically, I was like, oh, this is strange.
Did it seem normal to you?
No.
But did you know what was causing it?
No.
During the times you worked with him, do you recall ever having any conversation with Mr. Reales Dominguez beyond a few words?
No.
Do you recall an incident that you observed when Mr. Reales Dominguez was attempting to work the drive-through and you saw something unusual?
Yes.
What do you recall observing?
He would drive through, and when we get an order, there's this beeping sound that goes throughout the whole restaurant, notifying that there's an order on drive-through. We heard
Stop you there. When a person hears that beeping, does that mean
Yes.
there's someone at the drive-through speaker ready to place an order?
Correct.
Okay. And have you worked drive-through before?
Yes.
So when you hear the beep, what should the person working the drive-through do at that point?
They should instantly take the order.
And do they press a button? So you hear the beep. What do you see then?
Afterwards, the beeping goes on for a good 3 minutes, I would say, 3 to 5. No response. So I go up to the front to check on who, what were they waiting on?
Let me stop you there. So at the 3 to 5 minutes when you're hearing the beeping,
Yes.
you can't see who's working the drive-through?
Working the drive-thru, yes.
You could see?
Yeah, I was in the back at that time. So I went to the front to check what was going on.
When you were in the back, did you know that Mr. Reales Dominguez was working the drive-through?
Yes.
But as you heard the beeping for 3 to 5 minutes, were you able to see what was the holdup?
No.
So what did you do then?
I walked to the front and I tried asking him, I tried getting his attention.
Let me stop you there. When you get to the front and you were able to see him, what is he doing?
He's staring at the wall.
Straight,
Mm-hmm.
staying straight up,
Yes.
arms at his side.
Yes.
Does he have a headset on?
Yes.
What, is there a specific wall he was staring at?
Yes. In the drive-through, there's like an area where we place the food under so they can grab it, but there's like a wall on top, and that's the specific wall that he would stare
Was there anything on that wall?
at. No.
The times you would see him staring, was it always that wall?
Yes.
So you've heard this beeping going on for 3 to 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You come to the front, you see him staring at the wall.
Yes.
What do you do then?
I tried grabbing his attention. He doesn't look my way or anything.
Grabbing his attention, did you call out to him
Yes,
at all?
his name. Mhm.
How many times do you think you called his name?
Like twice.
Did he respond at all?
No.
And even wearing the drive-through speaker, does it cover your ears or no?
Only one side.
And so, given your experience wearing, have you worn those headphones before?
Yes.
Given your experience on what you can hear, would you have expected him to hear you calling his name?
Yes.
So after you called his name twice and got no response, what did you do?
And that's when I tried reaching for the headset to take the order, and then he flinched.
Okay. Did you actually reach out and grab the headset?
Not yet, I was reaching for it.
And what happened then?
And then he flinched and he was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Oh, there's an order." And then afterwards, he just went to the back.
When you say he flinched, what
Yeah.
did he do?
I tried reaching for the headset and he kind of like moved away from me. He was all like, "What are you doing?"
Did you testify at a prior hearing, in this case back in July of 2023?
Yes.
This is your second time testifying in this case?
Yes.
Do you recall testifying that Mr. Reales Dominguez flinched really bad and then, quote, got scared?
Yes.
Did you observe behavior that caused you to believe that he got scared?
Yes.
What did you observe that caused you to believe that he got scared?
It was just the flinching. He flinched very hard. He's kind of like just nervous.
Can you think you could, if you were to stand up, can you give us kind of a demonstration of what you mean by flinching really hard?
Yeah. So I was reaching for the headset, and then as I was reaching for the headset, he kind of went like, "What are you doing?" And
So as you were reaching for the headset, he actually pulled his body away from you
yeah. Mhm.
and asked you what you were doing.
Yeah.
What did you do at that point?
I had told him that there was an order, and then that's when he gave me the headset and then just went to the back of the restaurant.
How quickly did he go to the back of the restaurant?
It took him like 30 seconds to hand me over the headset. I just left.
Did he walk quickly?
Yes.
When you testified previously, you remember describing that he, quote, fled to the back of the restaurant?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you use the word fled to describe Mr. Reales Dominguez going to the back of the restaurant?
Because he just went very fast. He was kind of like, I would say he was trying to like get away, I could say. He's like, I don't want to be here.
So based on your observations, did it appear that he was trying to get away from where he was at that moment?
Yes.
Oh, really? What happened then?
He just stayed in the back, and I gave him his time, and then later on he went to the front.
Who took the drive-through order?
I did.
Do you recall what month this might have been? If you started in October, I don't want, if you don't know, don't guess, but
No, I don't remember.
did this incident happen, if you can recall, the beginning of the period you worked with Mr. Reales Dominguez, the middle or toward the end?
I don't remember.
How many months do you think you even worked with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Like 1 or 2 months, 2 months the most.
Were there times when he would not show up for his shift?
Yes.
Ultimately, were there times that he stopped showing up at all?
Yes.
And I don't want you to tell us what other people told you, but at some point after 1 to 2 months, that he stopped working at the Jack in the Box with you?
Yes.
And ma'am, prior to working Jack in the Box, had you ever met Carlos Reales Dominguez?
No.
And did you have any contact with him outside of the Jack in the Box?
No.
And after he stopped working, did you see him again until you testified in July of 2023?
No.
Do you recall testifying in July of 2023?
A little bit, yeah.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Reales in court?
Yes.
Do you remember what he looked like in court?
Yes.
What do you recall seeing?
He was very skinny and pale.
What do you recall about his hair?
It was messy.
Were you able to see his face when you testified?
No.
Do you recall how he sat throughout your testimony?
No.
Did he seem, when you saw him in July of 2023, did he appear skinnier than he'd been when you worked with him?
Yes, definitely.
Was the hair more unkempt and longer than when you worked with him?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. So, Mr. Demora, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Now, when did you work with Mr. Reales Dominguez at Jack in the Box?
It was in October of 2022.
So October of 2022 to about December of 2022?
Yeah, I would say.
And so when you said you left Jack in the Box, that was at the end of December of 2022?
No, I left Jack in the Box on December 31st of last year, so 2024.
Last year.
Mhm.
So you had mentioned that on your first day at Jack in the Box, the first person you interact with is Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Correct.
And when you got there, you could tell that he was actually taking orders.
Yes.
And so was he taking them on the headset or was he talking to a customer?
Taking them on the headset.
And so you could see or hear the exchange and see him actually taking these orders.
Yes.
And you knew, and now know, having worked at Jack in the Box, that that's part of the duties of working there.
Yes.
When a customer comes up to place an order, you have the register right here. Do they walk directly up to it to take the order?
Yes.
And so you're familiar with having worked at Jack in the Box that when some customers are thinking about their order, they will hang back from the register, right?
Yes.
And so as Mr. Hutchinson demonstrated, he was standing right at about the edge of that glass, correct?
Yes.
That's 9 feet, by the way.
Right, 9 feet.
Yeah.
And so that's typical of the distance that some customers will be from the register when they're thinking about an order. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so it's possible that when Mr. Reales Dominguez was at the register, and you were not in Jack in the Box uniform, correct?
No, it wasn't.
He could have taken you to be just a customer thinking about an order, right?
Yes.
Because you made no further approach towards him at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Now, when you worked with Mr. Reales Dominguez, the two of you got along as much as any coworker could get along. Is that fair?
I didn't really speak to him, so it was just more like acquaintance, but yeah.
And when you say acquaintance, you didn't really speak to each other, you never had any arguments or fights?
No.
Right. He actually was never disrespectful to you, was he?
No.
And you described him as being polite and professional when you worked with him.
Yes.
He was just quiet.
Yes.
And you worked with a number of people at Jack in the Box. Is it fair to say some are louder and more boisterous?
Yes.
And some are like Mr. Reales Dominguez and a little bit quieter.
Yes.
Now, when you saw him at work, it was just in a short overlap of your two shifts, like 1 to 2 hours where you'd overlap.
Yes.
And so when you see him at work, obviously he was able to get to work, right?
Yes.
Did you ever see him leave work?
No.
During the time you worked together in that overlap, you'd only see him about 1 to 2 times a week, correct?
Yes.
And so your interactions were generally pretty limited.
Yes.
Now, when that incident you were talking about where Mr. Reales Dominguez was at the drive-thru and you hear this beeping for a period of time, that was the only time during that shift that you had heard the beeping, correct?
Yes.
Prior to that, he was, to your knowledge, taking orders through the drive-thru and fulfilling those orders, right?
Yes.
And so, other than that 3 to 5 minute incident, and then he goes to the back, there were no other times during that shift where you saw something like that happen, right?
Correct.
When he was staring at the wall, when we were talking about the drive-thru, and you said he flinched, you've startled people before who were friends or family members who looked like they were in their own mind, right?
Yes.
And so the flinch itself, that wasn't anything you hadn't seen before with other people, right?
Correct.
Just the staring at the wall that stood out to you.
Yes.
When you startled him, or when he flinched, because you were reaching for the headset, he didn't react violently towards you, correct?
Correct.
Right? He didn't throw a punch at you. He didn't tackle you. You're shaking your head in the negative, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
He never pulled a weapon out on you.
No.
And he actually never said anything like mean or hurtful towards you, right? When you were working together, were there other coworkers other than the cook that were on shift with you?
I don't remember.
Is that Jack in the Box have a staffing issue where you could definitely use more people, but because of the people you had, you were scrambling a lot?
Yes.
And so that means that you had to fulfill multiple duties at Jack in the Box, correct?
Yes.
That made service maybe a little bit slower than normal had you had full staffing?
Yes.
And from your observations, you didn't see any other coworkers on Mr. Reales Dominguez's shift or your shift have to grab the headset from him or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
During his time at Jack in the Box, or at least the times you saw him, Mr. Reales Dominguez didn't wear a surgical mask or a COVID mask, something like that?
No, he would.
He would?
Yeah.
And would he do that at a shift?
Like once or twice.
But not regularly? Now, you had mentioned, or excuse me, Mr. Reales Dominguez, from what you could observe, would follow the rules of Jack in the Box as an employee, right?
Yes.
And so he would dress in uniform, he would interact with customers, fulfill orders, those things, right?
Yes.
And so Jack in the Box has sort of like a code of employee conduct, correct?
Yes.
And from what you observed, Mr. Reales Dominguez followed that code of conduct very well.
Yes.
Now, there were times in your interactions with him, or your observations with him, excuse me, I should say, where Mr. Reales Dominguez would talk to customers, right?
Yes.
And so in these interactions, I want to first start with, were any of these times where you talked back to customers, times that stood out to you, that you remember?
In a negative way?
In a negative way.
No.
Well, I should say this. Were there times where customers would get upset with Mr. Reales Dominguez that you saw?
Not that I've seen, no.
And were there ever times and instances where you saw Mr. Reales Dominguez talk back to customers?
No.
And so, now, were there times where Mr. Reales Dominguez would talk back to people in Jack in the Box?
In a negative way again?
Just in general.
I don't remember.
And you gave a statement to an investigator in this case?
Sorry?
And you spoke with an investigator in this case, someone in law enforcement called you and asked you about Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
And at the time, that was back in May of 2023. You remember that?
I don't remember the date, but someone did speak to me.
Okay. And they identified themselves as law enforcement?
Yes.
And at that time, did you know that Mr. Reales Dominguez had been arrested?
Yes.
Did you tell that investigator that Mr. Reales Dominguez does get upset when people yell at him and at times yells back?
I don't remember.
So I show you a copy, a report of your conversation. Do you think that would refresh recollection?
Yeah.
And research?
Ask the court to explain to her what refresh recollection means, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, show it to opposing counsel. This is one of my favorite moments of the trial because the rule of evidence allows a witness to have their memory refreshed. And in law school, the professor makes a big deal of saying you can use anything if it refreshes the witness's memory, including a bowl of spaghetti. And so the attorney who wants to refresh has to take the bowl of spaghetti over to the other attorney and have them look at it, smell it, and then bring it down to the witness. And does that refresh your memory? It's either a yes or no. And then you follow up with the question. So this is our bowl of spaghetti. And we're going to see if this refreshes the memory. And like I said, you can use anything. So the answer to this question, come on up. The answer to this question is yes or no. Does it refresh your memory?
Sounds good.
I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. And if you could read this section right here and just let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
The first part, no. The second part, it was told to me.
Okay. That's fine. I'll have some follow-up questions for you. Were there times where you had to tell Mr. Reales Dominguez how to do his job?
No.
And so other than that one incident where he was staring blankly at the wall, he was to you just another ordinary coworker to you?
Correct.
Given that you said that he didn't really talk a whole lot, in the conversations you did have, did he ever, or the interactions you did have, did he ever show you a knife?
No.
Did you ever see a knife on him?
No.
Did you have reason to believe he carried a knife with him?
No.
Is it fair to say that outside of Jack in the Box, you didn't know much about, if anything at all, Mr. Reales Dominguez's life?
Correct.
You didn't know who his friends were, correct?
No.
You didn't know if he was dating someone?
No.
You didn't know about how well he was doing in school?
No.
You didn't know about whether he had mental health issues or other stressors in life?
No.
Given the 1 to 2 months that you worked with Mr. Reales Dominguez, in total, how many hours would you say you actually spent with him face to face?
I don't remember.
What would be your best estimate
Like per day?
total over those 1 to 2 months?
Probably like less than 10.
Less than 10 hours?
Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeMora. Mr. Hutchinson, any redirect?
The prosecutor asked you about rules at Jack in the Box, so I wanted to describe that. If a person comes up to the front counter, whether it's a potential customer, and is standing looking at either employee or the menu, what are you supposed to do if you're working the check stand?
I was gonna say they need to ask if any help is needed or if there's anything that they could recommend.
Is that a rule you were taught?
Yes.
So when you were standing there for 15 minutes and Mr. Reales Dominguez was completely ignoring you, was he following the rules?
No.
And when a drive-through bell rings, what were you trained to do as an employee at Jack in the Box?
To answer.
And by answer, that means take the order?
Correct.
So when, instead of taking the order, Mr. Reales Dominguez stood for 3 to 5 minutes staring at a wall, was he following the rules?
No.
And the prosecutor asked you questions implying that Mr. Reales Dominguez was just an ordinary employee who was a little bit quiet. Talk about these staring at the walls. How long would these episodes last, where you would see him staring at the walls, standing direct, erect, hands aside? How long would he do it for?
Objection to this state's testimony.
I would say at least 3 minutes. When there was nothing to do, that's the only thing he would do. Yeah.
So there are times when you don't have anything to do at the job. And you've worked, how many fast food restaurants have you worked at, including Jack in the Box?
Total 2.
That's Popeyes.
Correct.
Of all the employees you worked with, how many would spend their downtime standing like a statue, hands directly at their side, staring at a wall for 3 minutes or more? How many?
None.
You said none. Was there one employee you saw who did that?
Yes.
And who was that employee?
Carlos.
Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked you a question saying that Mr. Reales Dominguez didn't talk a whole lot. Did he even ever talk to you beyond a couple words?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with him?
No.
And those times where he would say a few words, was that you initiating the conversation?
Correct.
Of all the employees you've worked with at Jack in the Box, how many, beyond Mr. Reales Dominguez, never talk to you and only say a couple words when you respond?
None.
So the only person who's ever exhibited that behavior was Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Correct.
So when the prosecutor was asking you a question implying that he was just an ordinary employee, would you describe Mr. Carlos Reales Dominguez's behavior as an ordinary Jack in the Box employee?
No.
Is that a word you would use?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Ms. Verdon, thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate you coming to court. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, your next witness?
Mark DePito.
Okay. To the jury, I'm going to stand up and stretch. Feel free to join me if you like. Got a few more minutes to go. Good afternoon, sir. Come on in. We're just taking a stretch break. If I could have you stand at the podium. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience with me. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath. After you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand, okay? Thanks.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give, the cause not being before the court, shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record, and spell them both.
Mark Capito, Marccapito.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Hutchinson, direct.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I work in healthcare.
Prior to beginning your career, did you attend college?
I did.
What college did you attend?
University of California in Davis,
When did you begin UC Davis?
2018.
Did you begin UC Davis immediately after graduating from high school?
Correct.
After, when you attended UC Davis, did you ever join a fraternity?
I did.
What fraternity did you join?
Cairo Omicron.
Cairo Omicron?
Cairo Omicron, yes.
And when did you join that fraternity?
In my freshman year.
So that would have been, was it in fall of 2018 or spring of 2019? Do you recall when you joined it?
It was about spring of 2019.
Were there people in that fraternity who you became friends with?
Yes.
Do you know someone named Christian Ortega?
I do.
How did you know Mr. Ortega?
He joined at the same time as me.
So was he also a freshman?
Yes.
Did you also know someone named Sidney Sizleski?
Yes.
How do you know Sidney?
He joined the fraternity shortly after Christian and I did.
Was he the same year as you?
Yes.
Did you know someone named Philip Hahn? How do you know Mr. Hahn?
Through the fraternity as well.
Was he also the same year as you?
No.
What year was he, if you remember?
I'm not sure, maybe a year or two older.
So he was older than you?
Right.
And so some fraternities are kind of associated with a specific activity. For example, my college, there was a football frat or
Right.
Basketball frat. Was there anything specific this fraternity was associated with?
So it's a multicultural Filipino-based fraternity. And
But when you say multicultural Filipino-based, are all the fraternity members of Filipino descent?
no,
Is it an extremely diverse group of members?
it is.
At some point, you remember when COVID struck?
I do.
I'd like to direct your attention to, it would be your junior year of 20 to 21.
Right.
At some point that year, did you meet someone by the name of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I did.
How did you meet Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I met him at a party in my third year, say his first year, and yeah, we acquainted from there.
Do you see Mr. Reales Dominguez in court today?
I do.
The young man to my left.
Right.
I don't want you to guess, but can you give us an approximation of when you first met him in relation to the 2021 school year?
Sometime in fall of 2020.
Was he introduced to you by someone, or did you meet him on your own, if you recall?
I think I was introduced. We were introduced to each other.
Do you know who introduced you?
I met him around the same time that I did Nate. What did you share?
By Nate, are you referring to Nathan Radio
Nathan.
Videos?
Right.
Was he a member of your fraternity?
No.
How did you meet Nate, if you recall?
Around the same time frame, around fall 2020. It's around the rush. Everybody's rushing, trying to get new members, all that.
And by rush, what are you referring to?
It's a season in the beginning of the school year where Greek life go out and try to get more members.
I'd like to take you back to when you first met Mr. Reales Dominguez. What was your general impression of him when you first met him?
He was a nice kid when I met him. He had a sporty build. He was fresh out of football. He was quiet at that time. He was able to hold a conversation.
You said he had a sporty build. What do you mean by sporty build?
He had some muscle on him.
And were you aware that you said fresh out of football, were you aware that he had been a football player?
Right, I was. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I was aware.
You said he was when you met him, was it in the context of kind of recruiting people to potentially rush your fraternity?
Not directly. It was more of like a casual party.
And you said he was quiet, but was he abnormally or unusually quiet, in your opinion?
No.
Did the two of you become friends?
Yes.
I'm focusing on, you'll be your junior year, his freshman year. Would you see him smile?
Yes.
Would you see him laugh?
Yes.
Would you see him joke around?
Yes.
Would you see him show emotion?
Yes.
At some point, did he rush your fraternity?
He did.
When did that occur?
The same year I met him.
When the same year, if you recall?
Fall 2020.
I didn't go to undergrad at Davis, so you're going to have to educate me. For someone to rush, is it open, or do they have to be invited to rush your fraternity?
It's a little bit of both.
Okay. Describe the process by which someone joins a fraternity during rush.
Yeah,
or at least the process of your fraternity.
Okay. So anyone is welcome to try to join, and it just takes a bit of time for building rapport and getting to know each other. But
So anyone can rush. That's open to
anyone can rush.
any UC Davis student.
All right.
And does the rush process involve them getting to know the other fraternity members?
Yes.
And at this, when Mr. Reales Dominguez participated in the rush process, were you, Mr. Capito, Mr. Ortega, and Mr. Sleshky all fraternity members?
Yes.
What sort of activities would people rushing participate in so they could get to know the other members?
There's various things. They during rush, or during the process. They would accompany us in some of our philanthropy, such as going and having lunch with World War II veterans, and then those in the process would do performances.
What do you mean by performance?
Like a song and dance.
Okay.
But yeah.
Is this supposed to be kind of fun?
Right.
Fun activity?
Right.
Does your fraternity have a focus on outreach to veterans as well?
Yes.
If you recall, do you recall what type of song and dance Mr. Reales Dominguez performed?
No.
Did he, though, perform some type of song and dance?
At some point.
Okay. What other, can you recall any specific other activities that Mr. Reales Dominguez would have participated in during the rush?
We used to engage in a lot of activities, sports, a lot of bonding time. It's just various activities that correspond to bonding.
Did you have an opportunity to participate in any sporting events with Mr. Reales Dominguez during his freshman year, such as basketball, volleyball, anything like that?
Yeah.
What do you recall? What type of sports do you recall playing with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Those two, basketball and volleyball, at least once each.
Thinking back to that, was there anything unusual about how Mr. Reales Dominguez moved, ran, stood, that caught your attention?
Nothing.
And did the sporty build you observed, was that consistent throughout his freshman year that you knew him?
Yes.
When did Mr. Reales Dominguez actually officially join the fraternity, if you remember?
Fall 2020.
When a person rushes, what sort of decision process goes in among the members to decide whether they're going to select this person or not?
Well, for the fraternity that I'm in, to become a brother, you have to be tested for Filipino culture, right? Because it's a Filipino-based fraternity. They have to know the Filipino culture and basically get to know as many other brothers as they can.
And then do the other brothers vote on it? Does it have to be unanimous, majority? How is the ultimate decision made?
It's a unanimous decision.
Now, sir, are you of Filipino descent?
Yes.
How about Phil, Christian, or Sydney? Are they of Filipino descent?
No.
But even if you're not of Filipino descent, you're still expected to learn Filipino culture to
Right.
rush?
Right, and we encourage everyone to draw parallels from their own cultures as well.
Were you aware that Mr. Reales Dominguez was originally from El Salvador?
I think at some point later I learned that.
Objection, lack of personal knowledge.
Okay, that's a motion to strike, granted.
In speaking to Mr. Reales Dominguez, interacting, did you ever believe he was of Filipino descent?
No.
Did he appear to you? What race or ethnicity did you believe he was?
Latino.
And are there Latinos in your fraternity?
Yes.
Did Mr. Reales Dominguez learn about Filipino culture in order to join your fraternity?
Yes.
And was he ultimately selected for your fraternity?
Yes.
Does your fraternity back in, let's begin with the the academic year of 2021, did it have a specific house where multiple people lived?
Sorry, what year? Or what year was this?
So it would be Mr. Reales Dominguez's freshman year, your junior year. Was there a specific house that your fraternity had?
Yes.
In 2021, where was that? Academic year of 20 to 21, where was that house?
20 to 21.
COVID year.
COVID year.
This would have been the year Mr. Reales Dominguez rushed.
2021. Sorry, I don't want to mix it up. 2021.
Let me ask another question. You know how some fraternities at colleges have a set house that's been the same fraternity house for years?
Right.
Was your fraternity like that or no?
No.
Did you have different houses depending on the year?
Yes.
Were these, how would a house be selected for your fraternity?
It would just be rented out as a regular house.
So would fraternity members rent a house and then it would also serve as a fraternity house?
Correct.
Approximately how many students were members of your fraternity from the period from fall of 20 until spring of 2023? Approximately each year, approximately how many members would there be in the fraternity?
Active, less than 10.
So it was a small fraternity?
My chapter, yes.
When you met Mr. Reales Dominguez, were you living in the designated fraternity house, or was that somebody else's house?
I may have been living somewhere else.
Once Mr. Reales Dominguez joined the fraternity, in addition to seeing him at like parties, or the 2 times you participated, at least volleyball and basketball, what other activities would you interact with him? I'm focusing on 2021, his freshman year.
Yeah, we used to like music a lot and listen to beats and rap on the beats.
You say listen to beats, what does that mean?
Well, we'd find beats or make them and then, yeah, get on them.
When you would hang out with Mr. Reales Dominguez, was it just usually the 2 of you, or would there be other fraternity members present?
It's a good split. I think I hung out with him, just the 2 of us, multiple times, or more than around other brothers.
Other than, you said he was a little bit quiet, but he showed emotion. Anything about his physical appearance, once again, the first year you met him, that struck you as unusual?
Nothing.
Notice any problems with hygiene, dirty clothes, body odor, anything like that?
No.
Did you enjoy hanging out with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you consider him a friend?
Yes.
At some point, sir, do you recall an incident, and this would be either toward the end of his freshman year or going into the sophomore year, when Mr. Reales said something to you about hearing voices?
Yes.
I'm going to talk about the first time he spoke to you about this. What do you recall?
We were at a party. There was a lot of people around, but it was just me and him in one area, and I don't know where he asked me if I've ever heard voices that weren't. I've just heard voices.
When do you recall him asking you this, if you can, in terms of the time period?
Like towards the end, more towards the middle and end of the school year, 2020, 2021.
So this would have been his freshman year.
Right.
So he asked you if you ever heard voices. Is that a question you've ever got before?
Share some relevance.
Not seriously.
When he was asking it to you, did he seem like he was serious?
Yes.
So when he asked you if you ever heard voices, how did you respond?
I told him I didn't. Then I asked him if he did.
And what did he tell you?
He said he
Hearsay.
told me he did.
When he told you that, what did you do?
At that point, I think I asked him if he wanted to talk to somebody about it.
And you remember how he responded?
Not exactly, but I think he like shrugged it off.
Did the conversation go beyond that at that point?
Not much beyond that.
Let me stop you there. Mr. Capito, I appreciate your testimony. The way these things work, sometimes we don't get it all done in one day. So I need you to come back tomorrow. We're going to start at 9:30.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
I'll see you at that time. You're excused today. Thank you
All right.
for your
Thanks.
service today. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, then thank you. I did get that note as indicated regarding scheduling. I'll look at that. And I wanted to just say, listen, I think tomorrow's Wednesday, and it's a normal work day for us, which is 9:30 to 4:30 with our regular breaks. And then I'll give you an update. I think tomorrow I'm going to talk to lawyers and circle back on scheduling with you. But for now, tomorrow's regular. Thank you. Remember the three-part admonition at all times. Do not discuss the substance. Do not form any opinions, and do not research this case. Thank you, folks. Off the record. Okay, all right, back on the record outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Hutchinson, do you want to give me a preview of tomorrow?
Yes. We have Mr. Capito. He will be followed by Mr. Zaleski, followed by Mr. Hahn, Philip Hahn.
Okay.
I then have, just a moment, Guillory. Apologize, I'm just checking my schedule here.
Okay.
After that, I have Corporal Feng Lee, Steve Ramos, Sergeant Steve Ramos.
These are short witnesses?
Yes. And then Alex Torres. And then I also have Hannah Cheney tomorrow afternoon. And tomorrow, and I also have Mr. Muscardini tomorrow. It's morning, but I'm going to move him to the afternoon. And my plan is we also have Khalid Siddiqui tomorrow morning. So my plan is to, after I finish with all the witnesses, my last witness would be Mr. Muscardini, who would lay the foundation for the the interrogation interview, and I intend to play the full 6.5 hours. I have looked through it. I don't believe there is any portion that is hearsay. It is offered as circumstantial evidence of state of mind. To the extent he does make statements that are true, it's not being offered to prove the truth, but to prove he made truthful statements, such as his phone number, the identity of his roommate. Also, as the court has noted,
Do I have a transcript?
I do. I can
the video, so I can get started on it?
Yes, the video is, I can't email it. I have to put a copy on a big disc, but I can provide the court a copy. I do have a transcript. I'm in the process of going through it one final time, but I can have it first thing tomorrow morning if the court would like.
I want a flash drive and a transcript as early as you get it to me in the morning.
I'll have it first thing tomorrow morning, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. We may not get the Muscardini tomorrow.
You're probably right.
Right, okay.
So I would seek to play it on Thursday.
Right, okay, all right. And then we'll have 402 hearing on that, been requested by the people. All right, take a look at it. Okay, anything else? I asked you about your schedule, you answered my question. Is there anything else for this?
No.
Okay, great. Mr. Demore, thanks for your patience. Anything?
Certainly. On the issue with Sergeant Muscardini's interview, or Mr. Reales Dominguez, given the court is going to review that beforehand and make a determination as to what, if anything, is admissible in that, I would ask that Sergeant Muscardini not be allowed to testify before that ruling is made, because otherwise it would be. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. So you need to tell me what you're objecting to as well, you know? So, I don't know if you can come up with a list or some short brief on it. So when I get this materials in the morning, I understand your objection as clear as I can. Yeah, okay.
Your Honor, I have no objection to not asking Detective Muscardini about the video, but I'm calling